interviewing period. We're working to get more resources like the work that
Testing.
Testing, testing, testing. Yeah. Are all the committee members on the call able to hear us? Raise your hand if you are.
They heard the test.
Good. Thank you, Maria. All right. Commissioner, as you were saying,
Thank you. And I have to apologize to the clerks who are advancing the slides. I lost track of signaling. I think we were on slide 5. But barreling into slide 6, just really to say that we completed this integrated resource plan in 2020, and it highlighted key opportunities to invest in these different types of resources to help achieve our affordability, reliability, and clean energy needs for the state. And so following that, moving to slide 6, we issued a procurement plan. Actually, the legislature in the bipartisan bill that authorized procurements of offshore wind directed DEEP to establish an annual update or schedule for procurements, which was a really great idea and a great practice. And so we issued a procurement plan in late 2022 that highlighted on slide 6 the procurements that we anticipate doing in 2023. And we're going to be providing a few updates on that in the next coming weeks. But certainly we have, significant amounts of resources that were under contract, especially solar resources, for example, that have hit some headwinds during the pandemic in terms of supply chain and other issues. And so some contracts were canceled. I'll just highlight that as one of the items that we noted in the procurement plan, our intention to do a new procurement to replenish the pipeline of grid scale solar projects. I'll note, all of these procurements that DEEP has authority to do are for grid scale resources. The behind the meter programs are administered through PURA. And I'll also say that I think this is a really important and has been a very effective aspect of how the state does procurements for grid scale resources. In other states, utilities run those procurements. Since 2013, when we started doing grid scale procurements in Connecticut, the department has led those procurements and then been in the position to direct the utilities about the resources, the bids to enter into contracts around, and then PURA reviews those contracts at the end. But I think that structure helps to ensure that we can take account of economic development needs, environmental considerations around siting, as well as just assure greater transparency and mitigate any perceived conflicts of interest around utility affiliates that may be bidding in. And so then I mentioned the regional transmission initiative, so I won't go into more of that here, but offshore wind and hydropower are a key focus there. These submissions to the Department of Energy for funding do not commit us to purchase projects. It's really the first step to get our foot in the door to try to have the opportunity for federal funding for projects, and then procurements would need to follow, coordinated with other states. DEEP has also been very busy over the last year or so and on hydrogen. We are partnering with New York, New Jersey, and other New England states on a hydrogen hub application. Appreciate all the encouragement and excitement on this committee around hydrogen. And we did get a green light from the Department of Energy on the original concept, the initial concept that the multi-state coalition submitted, which means that now we have been invited to submit a full application. I believe that is due in April. No. Something this spring. I'm sorry that I'll get a clarification on that, but we're working hard on that and happy to talk more with the committee about that. Then next slide 7, Other key initiatives underway, grid resilience. There's some bipartisan infrastructure law funding to support grid resilience. And the state have a long history of supporting resilience in the form of microgrid. The microgrid program that resulted from Superstorm Sandy and other leadership from this committee. And we are also working with PURA on the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. Chair Gillette and I both sit on the board of directors for Reggie. There's a program review underway for this longstanding cap and invest program for the electric sector. Moving to the next slide, slide 8. I will take a breath and pass the microphone to Vicki Hackett to talk about our affordable housing energy retrofits program.
Too soon. Good morning or afternoon, everybody. So DEEP is focused on developing policies and programs addressing energy equity and affordability in the lived environment. The key objectives for our affordable housing energy retrofits approach are reducing the energy burden of low and moderate income households through weatherization, decarbonization, and weatherization barrier remediation. We're focused on addressing issues in our environmental justice and disadvantaged communities, and we're targeting emission reduction goals in affordable housing sector through processes that are participatory and inclusionary. We've been getting feedback from and seeking feedback from a lot of people. And we're aiming to economically revitalize historically overlooked markets as well and create jobs across the economy. And, you know, many of you will remember SB 356. I am forgetting the public act number that was passed, I think it was 2 years ago now in out of the Housing Committee. And that kind of set up our Office of Affordable Housing Energy Retrofits, which has been hard at work. We have since that in the same year, there were 2 ARPA programs that were authorized through that office. Since that time, we've had the passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and also the IRA that create additional funding for affordable housing energy retrofits. And so we've been focusing on implementing our weatherization barrier remediation program, which is launching in full force this month. And we're calling it Residential Energy Preparation Services, or the REPS program. So that's been something that's been a long time coming, and we're very proud to be fully rolling that out. We have a program administrator that we hired through an RFP who has national experience in this area. We also, the IRA gave a significant increase of funding into the Weatherization Assistance Program, the Federal Weatherization Assistance Program. So we have a lot more funding in that to implement, and we have put that team within the Affordable Housing Energy Retrofit Office so that we can fully unlock and work together with also the Conservation and Load Management Program to fully unlock all of our federal funding that's coming our way through that. We've also formed a coalition with UConn, Wallingford Housing Authority, Wallingford Electric Division, and NEEP, and applied for a DOE geothermal grant for design and implementation of a district geothermal heating and cooling system at an affordable housing complex. So that's very exciting, and we're waiting for word on that. We also lead a working group consisting of the Connecticut Green Bank and housing agencies, which is focused on rulemaking for the tariff structure being proposed for affordable multifamily housing participating in the Renewable Energy Solutions Program. So that's another exciting aspect of SB 356, which expanded the renewable solar program, residential solar program, to include affordable housing.
If you advance to slide 10.
Okay, I'll talk about telecommunications and broadband as well, another new office that we've created within the Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy. A lot of exciting work happening there. We're getting significant amount of funding from both ARPA and from the federal BEAD program. So our key objectives there are ensuring the universal availability and accessibility of high quality, affordable telecommunications services to all residents and businesses, and universal broadband service at download speeds of 1 gigabit per second and upload speeds of 100 megabits per second. And we're also, that office is also working to integrate the efficient co-deployment of energy and broadband infrastructure. There's so much overlap between energy and broadband infrastructure deployment. So having the broadband office within BETP makes a lot of sense as we look for those efficiencies. And our key initiatives there are administering broadband infrastructure grant programs utilizing, we have $42.9 million from ARPA and $100 million from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act for the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment Program. And we are getting our consultant on board and beginning to craft our RFP to go live and start picking projects and getting shovels in the ground. We also work closely with the state GIS office to improve the accuracy of our state broadband maps.
And last slide, I'll just leave this as a, again, a conversation starter, but the Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy, of course, works across, with other parts of DEEP. And to save you from a very long presentation, I'll just highlight a few of those places where there are a lot of synergies between the work of the Energy Bureau and the work of our Bureau of our environmental quality and environmental conservation branches. Everything from addressing, best practices for permitting and siting of transmission lines in Long Island Sound, utilizing the Blue Plan, to thinking about a lot of work that's been going on this winter, including in coordination with other states and the Department of Energy around heating oil and delivered fuels. Our Air Bureau actually has a lot of the lead on those issues as we've been, looking to coordinate with our states and DOE to track inventories and ensure that we have adequate supplies of heating oil. There's a climate resilience is another one with our climate planning office. So just we'll leave that there. Thank you for the time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner Hackett, for an incredibly cogent conversation on very complex subjects. Frankly, we could drill down on virtually anything you've talked about for hours. We could spend an entire day just talking about DEEP. And I want to emphasize to everybody paying attention to what we're doing today, this is just the start of the conversation. We're going to be talking with generators next week. We're going to have a separate informational forum on broadband and other technologies. Most importantly, there's the entire hearing process, and we're going to get into a lot of these things. I want to afford an opportunity for members of the committee to ask questions. I'm going to start and hopefully model the behavior we're asking for, meaning nothing more than a couple of questions for starters. And I recognize Representative Meskers after I'm done. Commissioner, the question on everybody's minds, even before we had our current high energy rates, Connecticut has always been typified as a high energy state. It's an issue for us, not only in terms of average consumers, but for our businesses as well. Is it fair to characterize this as a supply problem? Is this a matter of sources, a matter of existing infrastructure? Is there anything we can do about the fact that by definition, we're a high energy state and therefore subject to the particular volatilities of the marketplace?
Well, that's the whole hearing in itself, but just briefly, we are a region, we're in a state in a region that has relied on importing a lot of the energy sources that we use for powering our grid. And so that, just has contributed to some of the higher inputs into energy production in this region. We also, we're in a very dense state, densely populated state. And that contributes to some higher costs of deployment of infrastructure. For example, some of the costs per mile for building transmission in this region are some of the highest in the country. There's been a lot of efforts to introduce competition and things of that nature at the federal level to try to address that. But I just highlight that as sort of a complement of geographic disadvantages coupled with, the unique sort of challenges and blessings associated with being such a densely populated region where it can be more difficult to site and permit things, as well as some of the regulatory efforts that have been taken. I think the Take Back the Grid Act, for example, advanced a number of different, initiatives from this legislature to help bring more regulatory tools to improve on on cost issues. For example, Governor Lamont has been a strong supporter of performance-based based regulation to help ensure that our utilities are properly incented to perform and get better utilization and efficiencies around their ratepayer backed investments. Certainly all the efforts that we've been undertaking to deploy more clean energy not only is important for meeting the decarbonization goals established by the legislature, but also to provide for some energy independence, if you will, to lessen our dependence on those imported fossil fuels, which contribute. I think it's long been a policy recognized, for example, in the renewable portfolio standard here in Connecticut, that we need this dependence on imports can contribute to a lot of volatility in prices where we're exposed to those global commodity markets. So those are some examples of different aspects of this challenge and different solutions that have been brought to bear.
Thank you. Actually, first of all, I wanted to say I'm very glad you brought up the performance-based incentives and standards. That was the cornerstone of the Take Back Our Grid Act, and remains a path we want to pursue more vigorously as a committee with the administration going forward. So everybody should be aware of the fact that that is the direction we're going as a state in order to align our GC3 goals and reducing energy costs, increasing reliability, all dovetail with our efforts to be performance oriented as we go forward. I was going to ask the second question, I'm not going to, but just as a sort of a marker, it's been many years since we decoupled generation from the utilities. The DEEP now has significant experience with procurement as a procurement manager in a department. Excuse me. I'd ask you to think about procurement in general, because that's been an issue that we're facing right now, and whether or not there are other ways that perhaps DEEP can get more involved with the procurement process more broadly than just the long-term contracts. So something we might want to be talking about in the future. We'll go to Representative Meskers, followed by Representative Cheeseman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Dykes, I want to thank you for your efforts and procurement, your efforts on the green energy, your efforts in and working towards a proposal for hydro. As I said on commerce, the only thing I'd encourage you as I'm listening to what is going to be, without a doubt, some significant siting issues and infrastructure issues, whether it be for the wind power or potential hydroelectric. I want to make sure we work with a consortium of industries, because when we procure those rights of way, I'd like to see whether we can echo and co-locate other industries or other transmission, whether, cable, et cetera, that we can improve the general infrastructure in those rights of way, or that we secure rights of way. We open up the business of the state. So that's an ask. I'd like to make further observation on the Take Back the Grid in relation to, I think we've done an initial job that's quite good. I want to thank Pure and their efforts on that. I am concerned when I look at, and it's not a carbonization criticism per se, but right now my oil companies and my distribution companies seem to be exceedingly happy. I don't regulate the oil companies. I do regulate the distribution companies. And the balance between shareholder satisfaction and ratepayer satisfaction seems to be out of balance. And I think Take Back the Grid is the first measure of addressing that imbalance in satisfaction. I believe in capitalism. I believe shareholders should be happy, but I don't like seeing the constituents at in the temperament they're in. So I encourage us to look at further oversight of the capital investments to see what we can do on the regulatory front. That's it. Thank you.
Anything to add to that, Commissioner?
I will say also, just echoing the commendation to Pura, who's been really in the lead on the implementation of the many of those Take Back the Grid aspects, including the direct oversight and regulation of the distribution utilities. I think that from the I think if Governor Lamont were here, I think his refrain, it's as I've had the pleasure of working for him and advocating for his views in PURA dockets as a party, is to ensure that we have both a clear framework of incentive and penalty, and that it should be predictable, but it should be clear, and it should be clearly applied and fairly applied. And those are the types of principles that I think we see reflected in the PBR docket that PURA has underway. But certainly happy to follow up on any further concepts or ideas that the committee might have on how to apply those principles in other venues. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I do want to note that the representative is correct. ExxonMobil just announced record profits this year. You might want to refer to our Attorney General, who seems to be going after them. Representative Cheeseman, followed by Senator Fazio.
Thank you. And if the good ranking senator would like to precede me, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I want to thank you for coming here today, Commissioner Dykes. And again, high five on recognizing and your continued advocacy for the importance of Millstone and that nuclear power. I see the NRC has certified the first small modular nuclear reactor. I think that's a great step for the future, particularly as we remove the moratorium. And my second question may not seem like the purview of this committee, but you mentioned all the different initiatives, whether it's increased solarization, weatherization, building out broadband. And indeed, in your own department, we have heard so much about shortages in the workforce. Is that a concern to you as we move forward? Because obviously we have these admirable goals that we want to carry out. But again, not just talking to this committee, but elsewhere in the legislature, your particular view of this and how we can best assist you and the rest of the state going forward in addressing some of those issues.
Thank you for that question. It is absolutely a critical concern. It's something that we have. We know that in order to just looking at the tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act alone, billions of dollars of incentives that are going to be available for businesses, for residents to help them to make electrification, installing insulation, even, all these different measures more affordable than ever. And with that demand that I just mentioned, a 45% increase in customer interest in our energy efficiency programs, coupled with this enormous amount of, federal accelerant to make these resources more affordable. I think we're at a point where the biggest barrier that is ahead of us is just, do we have enough electricians? Do we have the support for training for our HVAC professionals across the state to enable them to meet this demand? I think that so certainly we're have great partnership with the Office of Workforce Strategies. The Governor's Workforce Council, I think, is a venue that we'll be working with more on these issues. I think for this committee, I think some of the key considerations are around how do we provide that predictability for the workforce, for the small business owner that has that HVAC company or that electrician that's thinking about bringing on additional apprentices, to know that the volume of work is going to be there. I think we have a great foundation with the Conservation Load Management Program to work closely with those industries. We did it during the pandemic to help get creative to figure out a way to keep the programs rolling even when it was challenging to get into homes. And it's that kind of spirit of collaboration that we're continuing to work on. And so I think I'm very excited to hear that this is a topic of interest, and certainly happy to work with the committee on these issues.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. That was a very apropos question, something we need to focus on as a committee and as a state. We can't allow the workforce to be the bottleneck, to not be able to take advantage of opportunities of federal money or the urgency of the need here in the state. So something we'll talk a lot about this session. Thank you. Senator Fazio, followed by Representative Mishinsky.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation. On the topic of fuel reliability, which is especially important for the Northeast, especially during the winter. And you mentioned potentially building fuel reserves, which sounds interesting. The governor sent a letter with other governors to the presidential administration in the fall about waiving the Jones Act so that we can rely on affordable energy shipments, especially of LNG and heating oil in the winter, that the Jones Act was not waived. And I wondered if there was any answer to that letter that explained why it was not.
Thank you for that question, Senator. So we have been, the Governor Lamont joined with the other New England governors. I believe it was last summer or fall. There have been two letters. So the first letter was, I believe the language was really focusing on seeking to better understand what the process would be at the federal level to request a Jones Act waiver, and what would be the sort of criteria that the feds would want to see in a compelling application or request to be able to timely provide for such a waiver. Although the letter didn't specifically ask for a Jones Act waiver, but it was in that spirit of preparation. And so that really kicked off a lot of close coordination that we now have had facilitated by NASEO, the National Association of State Energy Offices. We've had every 3 weeks, I believe, we're doing calls with the Department of Energy, with their cybersecurity and energy security office to ensure we have close coordination. They brought on folks from Homeland Security and other sister agencies that are involved in the Jones Act process. So I think that that's really advanced our understanding of how that process works. At the same time, there's a subsequent letter through those that the governor signed on to our congressional delegation, because through those discussions with our federal partners and engaging with our sister states, we really identified some other near-term solutions that we think our federal partners could be best positioned to help with, including we have a heating oil reserve here in New England, including some storage in Groton, and that is capped at 1 million barrels, but we think it should be increased to at least 2. And that would provide for more in-region availability of inventories that could be utilized in the event of some kind of a supply disruption. And through those conversations, we've also been discussing, and it was referenced in the subsequent letter, an energy security reserve. You may hear about the Mystic facility in Boston Harbor, as critical as Millstone is in retaining our nuclear fleet, maintaining the ability for LNG imports to come into the region, especially behind where the constraints are on our gas pipeline, is essential for reliability. And so Governor Lamont supported that letter, I think seeking whether our congressional delegation and frankly, this Congress might consider, in the context of, reforms to the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, opportunities to expand on that concept of in-region refined product reserves that could be utilized for energy emergencies, not just for heating oil, but perhaps for the grid. So happy to further discuss on those topics.
Thank you. And switching gears, the second question, obviously cost is top of mind, but reliability in the future will also be a very important topic, probably the most important topic, especially as we're adding demand. Electrification of the vehicle fleet, electrification of heating, all could be very good things environmentally and in other ways. But, we're also going to be worried about reliability when we have more demand. And a lot of our procurement is focused on intermittent sources of energy. Solar, wind, obviously have lower capacity factors. Hydro is probably higher, but nevertheless, still some questions there. How do you envision us kind of filling in the gaps as you see us more reliant on intermittent sources of energy? Obviously, over the winter, we had a demand event and the grid was burning like 30-40% oil, which is environmentally the worst case scenario. So as we become more reliant on intermittent sources of energy because of our procurement process and we have higher demand in the future, how do you envision us, keeping the lights on?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It is one of those things that we looked at in the integrated resources plan, forecast out as part of the IRP, the future expected electrification. So we were already assuming higher amounts of EVs on the road, more heat pumps, that sort of thing, as we were projecting how much supply we would need. And so refer you to that. But the obvious no-brainers are retaining our nuclear units and continuing that operation. Hydropower also provides a critical support as a baseload resource, or even to enable storage of wind and then dispatch into New England. Some of those configurations are under discussion. In addition, I have to mention energy efficiency because, those investments that we can make in just permanent demand reduction are highly cost effective and increasingly valuable as we contemplate these new electrification loads. We're also, this is where I'll feature the work that we're doing on the hydrogen hub, focused on long duration storage and other types of resources that are on the horizon, but the not as distant horizon now with the Inflation Reduction Act and all the investment and support for R&D and commercialization of these new technologies that's happening at the federal level. And of course, this is an area where I think PURA has done some incredible work in looking at the behind the meter resources or the customer sided resources that can also support grid reliability. When you think about those EVs, of course, the new Ford F-150, for example, that can actually be plugged in to provide for on-site charging and support at a home. There's a lot of vehicle to grid configurations where EVs could actually provide that support. Transmission, I'll finally just name check there. This is one of the big reasons that we're so putting a lot of emphasis on transmission investments, securing DOE funding to help lower the cost of those investments. Our integrated resource plan identified a significant reduction in curtailments of renewables, which will be dependent on having the right kind of transmission build out, fewer and larger lines, making sure we have a proactive planning process. So we're not just sort of doing a build as usual to, rely on developers to pick the shortest route to plug into the grid, but actually proactively identifying what's the best place to bring that offshore wind. You may need to build the line a little farther, a little longer, but to plug it into a place on the grid where the grid will be more able to integrate that energy once it hits the shore. That also will have some cost savings in avoiding reliability upgrades on land. So lots to say there, but it's really, there's not a single solution or a silver bullet. It's a complement of a variety of different resources that I think will help to integrate those renewables.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm glad you ended on the transmission aspect. There's so much focus on generation right now. We have a whole separate conversation about the future of the grid and the broader regional transmission network that we're going to have before we're done here as well. Representative Mashinsky, and then I believe we will move on to our next speaker, Representative Mashinsky. Representative Mashinsky.
Okay, I got it unmuted. Thank you. I wanted to thank the commissioner for coming in to give us the briefing and to apologize to her. I wanted to give her the report from Advanced Energy Economy, which summarizes all the funding in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act for energy. And I gave her the QR code, which has a lock on it, and you can't get the reports with the QR code. So I am sorry for that. I will get you a paper version. And I did want to have you and your staff take a look at this report because it actually lays out, someone has already read the whole federal act for us, and it lays out by category what funds are available to the states and what the state has to put in place to get the funds. And it covers everything. It covers manufacturing. It covers transportation, electrification, which our committee just sent on to the Transportation Committee. And it covers energy efficiency and a number of things you talked about today. So I'm sorry that the QR code didn't get you to the report, but I will get you a paper copy because I want to make sure we're not leaving any money in DC that we could be using here in Connecticut. So that's all. Just wanted to apologize for that and get you the paper copy soon. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And we're working hard to, we want to get our unfair share of the federal funding. And we are actually working on updating, our goal is to update the Energize CT website so that customers will be able to, go to that and get all the information in a very easy to understand way that will seamlessly show you rebates, funding that is available at the state level, as well as what you could be eligible for at the federal level. So more to come on that.
That's great.
Okay, so-
Sometimes that
great.
website's difficult to negotiate, so we look forward to that.
Okay, and keep mentioning that the energy efficiency is the cheapest cents per kilowatt. So energy efficiency should always be at the top of the pile because that's the way we can go fast and cheap.
That's what we're going to be talking about a lot this session, Representative Michinski.
Great,
Thank you
that's
for that.
great.
Representative Pisco has a quick question, followed by Senator Needleman.
Yes, quick question. Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation. Deputy Commissioner, appreciate it. My question goes to procurement. I was glad to hear you say that you can wait on a contract until it mitigates the existing costs of procurement, something to that effect, that we were kind of waiting for federal matches or dollars to come in. I'm usually I'm somewhat skeptical about the federal money coming in for the duration and the reliability of that. So if we enter into a contract, for example, with wind energy coming in at 11 cents per kilowatt hour, and we can procure gas in the summer at 3.9 cents per kilowatt hour, we're stuck with this discrepancy in the price for our ratepayers. So can you help me out? Could you help me better understand that kind of
Sure.
procedure?
Great. Yeah. I think that so with respect to the federal funding, there are certain kinds of competitive funding that we can that we're trying to pursue from the federal government. That would be grants. For example, I think your comment was to what I had said about the transmission funding. So we've submitted an additional or an initial proposal for one federal program for transmission that could fund up to $250 million of the cost of the transmission project. That submission doesn't commit us to then purchase that particular line or fund that particular line. We would use a competitive procurement to help us assess what the costs of that project would be and the benefits and whether it's in the interest of ratepayers. But certainly getting the application to the federal government gets our foot in the door, ensures that we can maximize the opportunities to get a federal grant that could be then applied towards the cost of a project, which would then lower the amount of the project cost that ratepayers ultimately would have to fund over what time period. Another key consideration is with federal tax credits. The Inflation Reduction Act is chock full of tax credits, offshore wind, renewables, storage, electric vehicles, all kinds of consumer products, as well as even a production tax credit for nuclear. And so I'll just highlight that maybe as an example to your question. When we signed the contract with Millstone in 2019, we could have never contemplated that we would have the Congress pass a nuclear production tax credit several years later. And so we worked hard with our delegation in Washington to get the language of the IRA updated to make it clear, or at least to not preclude the tax credit revenues from being able to flow back to ratepayers for nuclear plants, whether we have contracts that we entered into prior to the IRA's passage. And so we're working hard on, and actually with good collaboration with Dominion to advocate at the IRS for guidance that will align to that interpretation. But that's an example of after the contract is signed and approved, how, when we see these new kinds of federal incentives that become available, we're also working hard to try to make sure that we can optimize for those dollars to flow back to the ratepayer that has backstopped this investment as much as possible. And each time we do a procurement, I think we have lessons learned on how to write the power purchase agreements to cover some of those future conditions. So hopefully that answers the question, but happy to follow up offline if you have more on that.
Thank you, Representative. That was kind of what I was alluding to earlier. What we learned about procurements might actually inform how we go forward. Obviously, there's risk inherent in a short-term or a long-term contract, and we don't want it to fall back on ratepayers ideally. Thank you for that. Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming today. And as always, packing a lot of information into a very short amount of time. I just want to thank both of you for appearing. A lot of offline conversations. We all lost a lot of sleep in November and December over the shortages that we were facing. And I'm glad to hear that, having spoken to the governor about it several times, that we are looking at ways to backstop the oil problem to make sure that that doesn't happen again. We'll be finding out tomorrow or Thursday how much oil we're burning on the grid to get a real sense of what the deficiency of natural gas when the temperatures dip below zero. Thankfully, only for 2 days. Anyway, thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Great, thank
Thank
you.
you, Senator. We have been lucky thus far with the weather, and hopefully we'll have a mild winter. Thank you, Commissioner. As we said earlier, this is just the beginning of our conversations, and we look forward to going into greater depth on any number of these topics over the course of the session.
I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I know you have some incredible speakers after Deep, so thank you for this opportunity, and look forward to working with the committee on these issues this year.
Thank you again. Next up, we have Chair Gillette from the Public Utility Regulatory Authority.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. We will get our presentation pulled up. And there should be a one-page handout that hopefully you all have received. So our presentation is going to go a little bit in a different direction. We wanted to take this opportunity to introduce the committee to PURA and specifically how we interact with both you all, with traditional stakeholders, and also with members of the public. We are issuing our first ever annual report this coming Tuesday, which will detail sector by sector all of the dockets and initiatives that we completed in calendar year 2022. The handout that is being distributed is a snapshot of the information that is covered in that, I think, 80-page report. And we are fortunate to have the opportunity to come back before you next Thursday for a brief presentation to summarize what's in those materials. So I thought instead of getting into the weeds so much on what we accomplished last year and what we're looking forward to in 2023, we would instead give an abbreviated version of what we call our PURA 101 Roadshow, which I've had the opportunity to work with several of you and your constituents, as well as your colleagues, to do about 36 of these so far. Over the past 2 years. And if you haven't done one of these with me, I'm certainly open to doing so. It essentially involves me coming either out into your community, or I've done them virtually. We partner with retirement centers, with community organizations, and essentially walk through about a 45-minute presentation, trying to explain to people the unique nature of PURA, and most importantly, how to interact with us and why you should care, and how interacting with us can be done in the most effective way, and typically hit on, an important topic of the day. As you can imagine, as of late, a lot of the focus has been on explaining customer bills or explaining supply rates. So we're going to do an abbreviated version of that presentation this evening, with my apologies to Representative Meskers, who has most recently had to sit through this presentation with the League of Conservation Women Voters. So if we can advance, and typically we cover the agenda that's shown up on the screen. Happy to customize this in any way if it's of interest to you in your constituencies. Next slide, please. So I know this is old news to you all, but just for clarity's sake, a little bit about us and what we do. I often find that we need to start from the basics in explaining to folks that what PURA regulates are the investor-owned utilities in this state. So I often get questions or comments on, can you help me with MDC is a common one, as you might imagine. We don't regulate them. So when you're thinking about what you can come to PURA for, what you can expect from us, we're talking about the big, I think it's the big 9 maybe. So Eversource, UI, their gas affiliates, CNG, SCG, Yankee, and then some of the big water companies like Aquarion and Connecticut Water. So that's our jurisdiction. If we can advance to the next slide, please. what that looks like when you say to someone that we regulate these utilities, what does that mean? And I think you probably, like many folks, imagine that that means just effectuating rate cases or the rates that the utilities are charging to end users. And that is a big portion of what we do. It's by far the most important thing that we do. But as you may or may not be familiar with, our biggest tools in our toolkit are through distribution rate proceedings, which happen every 3 to 4 years. And some cases, they've gone more than a decade with, deep dives into their books. But that leaves a lot of time in between those rate cases, and you might wonder what we're doing day to day. And some of the other spools on this wheel give you some insight into that. We are a creature of statute, which means that we are looking to programs and policies that the legislature has enacted, that the administration has enacted. And then we're putting our expertise into it and looking at how to cost effectively implement these. So a great example of this, if you're trying to think concretely about it, is your decision a few years ago to create successor programs to net metering. So net metering 2.0. Well, you provided a lot of direction in terms of what those programs should look like in terms of setting the caps, giving us some ideas about eligibility, but that then required us to go back and have a whole proceeding with our stakeholders to create tariff language, to create the program rules and guidelines. And we can't ever exceed the statutory guidance that you've put into law, but we can get into the weeds on how that's implemented. So that takes up a lot of time. Another initiative that we had the good fortune to speak to you about last year at length was our grid mod initiative, the Equitable Modern Grid. I think that forum is still available on your YouTube site. There are 11 different tracks. We have now completed 9 of them, I'm pleased to say. And then outside of the electric sector, we have an increasing presence in the water sector, whether it's overseeing mergers and acquisitions of smaller water utilities. And we also maintain a robust enforcement program for gas pipeline safety issues, call before you dig. So we have a pretty broad jurisdiction that we have 70 staff to implement, including myself. And that keeps us busy day to day, even outside of the rate cases. So the other way to explain what we do is to tell you what we don't do, because I get a lot of these questions and complaints too. The ones in yellow are the most frequently asked questions. So we have a call center. I have 4 people that are on the call center, and up to 40% of the calls that we get in a year are questions and complaints about internet service, cell phone service, cable providers. And unfortunately, that sector was deregulated about 2 decades ago or more. So while we maintain relationships with those providers and we are happy to connect customers to a live person there, we don't have anything to do with the terms or pricing or rates of the offers that they levy. So that's probably our number one question. Also, as we increasingly get into the grid mod world and we have a lot of distributed energy resource programs, we do get a lot of inquiries about solar installers or solar providers. And interestingly, we do not regulate them. There are some nuances there. We've gotten creative in some ways, happy to talk about that. But we don't technically regulate them, nor do we regulate heating oil companies or propane companies. So I don't know what a 900 number is. I think that predates me, but we also don't regulate those, if that's a question. Next slide, please. Okay. So the other thing I like to pause on when introducing folks to PURA is, we're not like any other state agency out there. You just heard from Commissioner Dykes. I'm sure you've interacted with other commissioners or secretaries. There's traditionally one agency head, and that's not how it works at PURA. We are a quasi-judicial agency, which does not mean that we are a quasi-public agency, not at all. What I mean by quasi-judicial is that we are, while a member of the executive branch, operate a lot more like a court, and more specifically like an appellate court. So myself and to my two colleagues, when we reach any decision, and this is important because our decisions are legally binding on the entities that we regulate, a decision has to be met by a majority of the commissioners. We meet every Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. Our meetings are public, and we take a vote on everything that comes before us. So as long as 2 of the 3 commissioners vote on the matter to approve, that's how it moves forward. You know, we do often reach consensus, not always. There have been a couple of notable dissents over my tenure, but that is the first point of distinction that I like to make for PURE as an agency, because it starts to introduce the concept to people of what it means to be quasi-judicial. And importantly, I like to introduce people to the docket process. Like a court, almost all of the work that we do is through what's called a docket or a case. And there are a lot of steps in this process. If you're a lawyer or you've watched Law and Order or Perry Mason, there are lots of different things that you can see from how a civil court case might look. And ours are very similar. A docket is initiated either at your direction. So think about any time you pass a piece of legislation that tells us to study something, I will open a docket. Or you might tell us to create the successor to net metering. I will open a docket. So dockets are opened at your direction. They can also be opened at the request of a regulated utility. For example, and this may not be common knowledge, but rate cases are fully at their discretion. So if they file an application preceded by a notice of intent, that docket is opened because they've made a legally binding request to us that we have to act on within a certain amount of time. The third option, which is less common, although quite common over the past couple of days, is we can open a docket at my motion on my action. And that can happen in situations like over the last couple of days, we were notified that there were several accidents that did not comport with our regulations or were not reported to us timely. So I might open a docket to investigate what happened there. Why didn't you report to us on time? Why didn't you provide to us the information that is required by statute? And that might result in a fine or a change in process and procedures. So those are dockets that I can open. After a docket's opened, that starts an interesting process where we're going through what looks like a court case. We will develop the record. Now, as I mentioned, we have staff at PURE who can develop the record. Also, in a lot of cases, the burden is on the regulated entity to develop the record, especially in rate cases, they carry the burden. And what does it mean to develop the record? We can issue interrogatories, which are essentially formal requests for questions. We can issue requests for written comments. We can have a technical meeting, which is several of you observed what that looks like. On January 3rd, a number of you joined us for a technical meeting with our colleagues in Massachusetts to understand some of the nuances about supply. Or we can have more formal evidentiary hearings, which will look like a courtroom where I will preside over the proceeding with my two colleagues. We'll have the utilities and their witnesses be cross-examined by my staff or other interveners. Other parties and interveners can sponsor witnesses, and we can cross-examine them. So at the conclusion of that process, depending on the type of proceeding before us, we can issue a draft decision, we can issue a straw proposal. Sometimes we'll go straight to final, but we usually take advantage of issuing a draft decision, which is another step in the procedural process that allows all of our stakeholders to comment. We will sometimes have oral arguments where they can make their case to us once again that our draft decision has missed the boat and how. And all of that leads up to the final decision, which again is voted on in a public manner at 10 a.m. on Wednesdays. We're there pretty much every Wednesday, and it's viewable by Zoom. And at that decision, at that meeting, you'll see us publicly vote on it. After that time, it is legally binding on the utilities and those that we regulate. Depending on the type of case, they do have the ability and have exercised it quite frequently as of late to appeal that decision to Superior Court, particularly if it's what is called a contested proceeding. So we've touched on this a little bit, but I just wanted to put some fine points on it. We are a creature of statute, which means we're going to turn first to the statutes. We have regulations of our own, and then we can issue decisions in these cases that become binding. There are contested and uncontested matters. And because we are a quasi-judicial agency, this can't have the plain meaning. Contested does not mean that people are fighting it, and uncontested doesn't mean everyone gets along. Unfortunately, that's not what that means. There are some legal definitions attached to that. But it does bring appellate rights with contested cases. I also want to touch on statutory parties and ex parte rules really quickly, because I think that's an interesting thing about how we operate. In a proceeding, a statutory party includes the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and the Office of Consumer Counsel. So one of the most misunderstood things about PURA, I think, based on questions from these roadshows I've done is, well, aren't you the consumer watchdog? And the answer is no, not really. The Office of Consumer Counsel is a statutory party you'll hear from later today that represents consumer interests in all PURA proceedings. Finally, point on this slide, ex parte rules. This is another interesting thing. You'll sometimes hear me refer to this when we get into public hearings. If there is a matter pending before PURA, we invoke ex parte prohibitions, which essentially means that I, nor my colleagues, nor my staff can discuss with you or speculate about what we're going to do in a proceeding. And that's really for the protection of you all, the ratepayers. Certainly no one wants to find out that the PURA commissioners are behind closed doors with a regulated utility. That's not going to inspire confidence in our proceedings, which means that we observe those rules universally. So we, while I will often answer questions procedurally about where we are, if I decline on the basis of ex parte to tell you anything further, it's because I don't want to have to recuse myself from having to vote on the matter. Okay, so I'll quickly walk you through some ways to engage with PURA. Usually at this point in the presentation, I can see some folks around the room starting to realize it's important to engage with PURA because the big point here is we cannot make a decision unless evidence is in the record. So I usually use the very common sense pedantic example of if we are trying to adjudicate what color the sky is, it does not matter that I know the sky is blue. And if OCC is in my proceeding arguing the sky is pink, and the utility is in the proceeding arguing the sky is orange, and I have not been able to draw out through discovery that the sky is blue, I cannot make a decision that the sky is blue. So it is incredibly important that folks engage in our proceedings. And that can look like a lot of different things, ranging from passive to active. So on this slide shows the passive ways to engage with PURA. You can sign up for our online calendar on the dockets that we have. As you might have seen on the handout in front of you, we have anywhere between 90 and 100 active dockets at a time. So this is not something that you want to sign up for alerts on all of these. We do recently have launched quarterly newsletters, which highlight for you the actions that we've taken in the past quarter, as well as the dockets that are going to be most active the next quarter. So you can hopefully pick out which dockets you care most about and sign up for those. Next slide, please. Also, you or your constituents can at any time provide comment to PURA in any docket before us. Sometimes we will have specifically dedicated public comment hearings, but in all cases, we will reserve time at the beginning of a proceeding for public comment if there's interest. And that can be provided verbally. It can also be provided in writing. And the good news here is that for evidentiary purposes, it carries the same weight. It does not matter to me if you put it in writing or if you want to show up and offer it verbally, carries the same evidentiary weight. And I often get the question, well, I don't want to put it in writing because you won't read it. And I think at this point, most of you know that I have small children and I do not sleep. So I read every last comment that comes in, and I will, I know there are folks that can relate to that. So the last and most robust way to engage with us is to formally intervene. And I do want to pause here and note that this is a high bar. It looks like sometimes engaging an attorney and putting together interrogatories, responses, cross-examining witnesses, writing a legal brief. It can be a high bar. And we have recognized that and have taken steps to address that. But I do want to, on the next slide, show you, sorry, one more slide, please, an example of what that can look like and how impactful that can be. Because, I often get the question, okay, are you reading what we write? Does it matter? And if I'm going to go to the expense of both money and time to engage in these proceedings, what do you do with it? And I like to use this example. It's not the only example. I'm happy to discuss others. But this is a screenshot of our decision from the Tropical Storm Isaias investigation, which was docketed as 20-0803. We received hundreds of comments from members of the public, both written and verbal. And we also had the benefit of several municipalities who intervened. Their first selectmen and first select women showed up as witnesses in our proceeding. They provided crucial testimony that led to the support of several findings in there, which, if you don't know, we levied the maximum civil penalty under law at the time for the response to the tropical storm, $28.4 million. Was directed to Eversource and several million to UI. So the intervention of municipalities, of public comments can be hugely impactful. And we are dedicated to addressing the barriers to our proceedings as much as possible. Lastly, and I know I'm running short on time, we do have other resources that we put together that speak to how to read your monthly electric bill, that focus on explaining the different components of it. And this is usually the part of the presentation where I've been asked to focus on a special topic. And this is, as you might suspect, the most requested. So in the interest of time, we'll just kind of skip through these slides. Happy to discuss them further. Next one, please. And I do want to take a second, though, to mention energizect.com. I know that you had the opportunity to discuss it briefly with Commissioner Dykes. It is, while a fantastic resource for some of the other state programs that DEEP runs for energy efficiency, it is also the location where our rate board is housed. So if you take nothing else away from this presentation, I do hope that you will be able to, and armed to discuss with your constituents, the issue of supply right now. Supply was deregulated by this body in 1998. Which means that I do not have legal authority over it. However, that same law did empower customers to shop for their third-party supplier. And if you go to energizect.com today, there remain offers on that board with third-party suppliers that are below standard service. So I hope that you are able to educate your customers about that. We have been, trying to do our part as well. I really think it's incumbent on us to make sure that people understand the benefits and risks that come with that. And our message is shop around. It's not something that you set and forget. Mark your calendars for May 15th, 45 days ahead of July 1st. The standard service rates for the second half of the year will come out. So on May 15th, you want to look at that standard service rate. If it's no longer competitive to be on a third-party supply and you want to switch back to standard service, do it. But the answer here is that we need to make sure that customers are aware of their rights. And I hope you will help me in educating folks about that. And next slide, please. skip ahead. We'll skip that one too. So I did want to leave you with, some important information about our customer services. We are not meant to be in place of the customer service centers of the utilities. And I need to stress this. We have 4 people. We field 13,000 phone calls a year. While we are happy to do so, we are increasingly finding that calls that come into our call center are because they are dissatisfied with the response that they are getting from the utilities. And that is going to result in some additional enforcement action from PURA. I want to make sure that we are not holding ourselves out as a Band-Aid for poor customer service. But we do encourage you to use PURA when you need to, especially for your constituents. You can refer matters to us by phone, in writing. There is an online complaint form. And we'll end with just some quick snapshots about PURA by the numbers. And I look forward to providing more detail on this when we discuss our annual report next week. If you are curious about the types of cases that we review and how those break down, we have some information here from 2022 showing that the breakdown between cases by sector, also the stakeholder engagements that we have offered, the number of dockets that we have opened and closed, motion rulings that have been issued. We've been quite busy in 2022. And lastly, I do want to focus on our enforcement authority and how we've used that. It has been bolstered by actions that this committee has taken and the legislature as a whole, both through Take Back Our Grid Act, as well as some important legislation over the past couple of years. And we have used that to the benefit, I think, of ratepayers. We do have enforcement authority over orders that we issue. And we have used that and exercised that both to require restitution be paid directly to customers, as well as we have exercised that authority to direct these fines to Operation Fuel so that it can be, the fines can be used for the benefit of ratepayers, whether that's energy assistance, assistance with energy efficiency, what have you. And we used that enforcement authority to the tune of $15.7 million last year. So when you're thinking about legislation this session, including opportunities to enhance the accountability and transparency of utility regulation, and where you're focused on empowering PURA to do more, I hope you will take this data as a sign of good faith that we are willing and prepared to exercise whatever additional authority that you direct to us. And I look forward to your questions and engagement throughout the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to start by expressing this committee's appreciation for everything that PURA does. You and your colleagues, in particular your staff, and what you've taken on. I encourage everyone, not just on this committee, but members of the public, to tune into our hearing next Thursday at 2:00 when PURA will be providing us with a presentation on the report on many of the dockets that PURA has taken on. And I also want to express my sympathy to all members of PURA for having the job of having to translate legislative intent from our statutes into reality, which is oftentimes a true challenge. I'm only going to ask the one kind of obvious question, which I'm sure you've been asked before. It sounds almost overly simplistic, but I'm going to get it out of the way. Why is it with your enforcement authority and with the additional tools we've given you most recently, you can't snap your fingers and tell the utilities to lower their rates?
It's a great question. It's quickly climbing to the top of the frequently asked questions page that I keep running. The answer is, in short, I would refer folks back to my testimony on Raised House Bill 5203 last year and the description of utility regulation as an onion. And, there are largely three buckets, really 4 buckets of energy costs that we need to be cognizant of. There's transmission rates, which are regulated by the federal government and specifically FERC. There are public policy costs that are largely attributable to policies that have been duly enacted by this body. There are supply rates, which are now taking up 40 to 50% of your bill, which are totally and completely deregulated, meaning that I have no control over those costs. And then there are distribution rates, which are 30 to 40% of your bill, depending on usage. That is the bucket that I can be most impactful over. That is the bucket that 5203 had policies targeting. That is the bucket that Take Back Our Grid Act focused on enhancing some regulatory tools. And importantly, I can only exercise those tools in a distribution rate proceeding. And I have been hugely vocal, probably to the displeasure of many, about my displeasure with the use of settlements and the fact that that keeps the utilities out from before us. The fact that I'm going into my fourth year or fifth year here before you and have not seen a rate case from our largest utility in the state is a travesty. I honestly believe that. So those are places where you use the tools that are given to us. And I truly believe that until they come in for a rate case and we can get under the hood and look at what's going on and exercise some of the tools that you've given us, I won't have the answer to that question.
So just to make sure we understand you correctly, you're suggesting that the current habit of settlements have actually frustrated your ability to get real insight as to what's going on with the utilities, and perhaps as a strategy might be reconsidered?
That's my position. I would strongly encourage that this body provide additional guardrails and guidance to the use of settlements moving forward.
Sounds like an interesting topic for further conversation. Representative Buckby, followed by Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to thank you for the presentation. I think it's eye-opening. I think it's one of those things that more people need to see on a regular basis. And I think the traveling roadshow is something we should certainly discuss more so to have you log the miles on what I'm sure is an electronic vehicle anyway. So electric, I said electronic, man, I'm getting tired already. So anyway, I also want to echo your comments on the importance of education for the consumer. It's fallen behind. This needs to be addressed on a multi-pronged angle. I think a lot of people need to step in and do some work, as I've discussed with some people in the crowd here too. On stepping in, I think that piece of it is great. I think Energize CT is a great tool to get people there as well. So I want to compliment you and your team for that. I guess I'm trying to keep it moving. I had a question. I like your input on. See, you get nervous when I'm going to ask that. That's, it could be so wide open. I know, but a lot of people complain about the profits of the EDCs, right? Everybody complains about it. They make vocal comments on social media about it. Can you explain whether you take their profits into consideration when determining the rates?
It's a great question. So if you'll recall, the Take Back Our Grid Act had a section that empowered PURA to assess the portion of executive compensation that is recovered in rates, and specifically allows us to require achievement of certain goals and performance targets tied to that executive compensation. And the answer is backtracking to the response that I gave just a moment ago, which is that is a tool that must be used in a distribution rate proceeding. So while I can take into account executive compensation and the achievement of certain performance targets through a rate case, that requires a rate case to be filed with me. So I think the answer is yes, when a rate case is filed. And, we get the question about the supply rates, and certainly there's frustration knowing what the executives of some of these corporations are compensated at when the supply rates have increased. And while I appreciate that frustration, the supply rates, being that they're deregulated and are not a distribution rate proceeding, is not an opportunity for me to exercise that authority. So I look forward to doing so, including in 2 of the rate cases that are pending before me from Aquarion and United Illuminating.
Gotcha. Thank you. I guess the other, could that apply to infrastructure investments too? I think, and this is all going to be stuff we can follow up with later on, I guess, but when determining that along that side of it too, for infrastructure investment too.
Understanding. So in a distribution rate proceeding, we are assessing what the rate of return and the return on equity should be. And those are governed both by state law as well as US Supreme Court precedent, including 2 cases that are at least 100 years old that speak to the requirement that the utilities be afforded an opportunity to earn a reasonable rate of return. There's lots of literature out there interpreting what that means, but certainly state statute is the next thing that we look at in terms of the parameters that we should evaluate when assessing what that rate of return should be.
Thank you very much. Again, there's a lot more. We could sit here again all day asking 100 questions each, but thank you so much for your time, for all the work you put in, and I'm sure we'll be talking soon anyway. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Meskers.
I want to thank you for the work you do at Pura. I think it's been incredibly insightful and helpful. If I could ask, if it would not be too much work to get a summary docket of the issues outstanding, which of the most important in terms of regulatory oversight and financial impact do you think? I'm not looking for an insight into the opinion. I think you're quite clear on maintaining that confidentiality. I don't want to cross over into that area or compromise your ability to vote. And then if I could ask the chairs to refer those dockets to the Office of Legislative Research. I want to look at what the cost and impact of those regulatory oversight, so that when we get the result and when we see the voting of the commissioners, we understand what the impact is to the consumer. So I would like to make sure we raise a little more of the visibility. If you're not feeling that we're getting the right decisions, that we just overview the regulatory oversight of Pure in terms of what the docket decides, whether we get a proper adjudication, because we may have to tighten our regulation. I just want to make sure that we support Pure in its efforts. And that, again, highlighting the dockets you think have the most material impact on the regulatory framework, and then us with OLR to be able to review those. I don't want us to lose dockets, not view them, not look at the impact, and then sit back 6 months later, not understand why our rates are higher. So it would help us if I could ask you, you've got how many dockets you outstanding at this point?
Today, I have 93 open active dockets.
So I would assume there must be 10, 20, or 30 that are material impact or could be of material impact. I would just like to refer those to us to LR when the chance arises, just to make sure we're following them from our point of view, as well as going through the process, because I'm concerned about that. On a clarity point, your docket, your decisions, the impact in terms of when it affects the utility, is it generally affecting the ratepayers or generally affecting the shareholders?
May I have to ask you to rephrase the question. Any specific?
If there is a fine levied, or if there's
a fine levied. Very good question. So, when we levied the fine in the tropical storm docket, and we got a lot of questions thereafter, including, did that mean that Eversource raised its rates to recover that fine? Where did that money go? And that's been an interesting thing to explain. If you go back to your bills, after that fine was levied, it was returned as a per kilowatt hour credit on customer bills over the course of a year. While $28.4 million sounds like a lot of money, when you divide that over the rate base, we're talking, about a cup of coffee ratepayer, which is why I was really thankful that in the Take Back Our Grid Act, you all raised that fine from 1% of their annual distribution revenues to 4%. So if we are in the unfortunate perspective situation again, perhaps that fine would be more impactful. But the answer to your second question is that the fines the utilities are prohibited from recovering those fines and rates. What that means is when we go through a rate case or our annual what's called a RAM proceeding, we do have to make very certain that they are not recovering that in rates that they put before us. And that involves a lot of different calculations, including that they have subtracted that revenue from their decoupling provision, which was an error that they initially made in last year's RAM filing, which would have allowed them to recover that fine through their decoupling charge. So it requires a lot of oversight and continued oversight from us and the stakeholders that intervene before us. And any legislation that seeks to bolster our enforcement authority, I think it's never a bad thing to clarify that the results of that enforcement authority cannot be recovered in rates, cannot be recovered from their vendors, things such as that, because you want the signal to be transmitted where it is intended.
Okay, thank you very much. No further.
Thank you, Representative. And to your point about paying a lot more attention to pure proceedings and recommendations, that starts next Thursday at 2:00. And I'm glad to discuss with you further the possibility of taking a number of those dockets and getting some at least broad side of the barn understanding about what the impacts are on ratepayers. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Chair Gillette, for your presentation. Two questions. First, you mentioned that in your 5 years at Pura, you had not seen a rate case to its completion, meaning that they'd been settled in the interim. The bill you were testifying on last year, 5203, that bill, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, would have narrowed the parameters of settlements, so rate cases are more likely to be seen to their completion. And, in the process, there's more transparency, there's more confidence to the public of how the electric utilities are operating and what costs are being transmitted to consumers. Is that a correct interpretation?
That's correct. And my recollection is the language wasn't in the initial raised bill, but was included in the version that was voted out of committee. But you're correct.
Okay. And second, you mentioned the complexities of electricity bills, what we're paying for. And obviously on our electricity bills, it only says two things: supply and distribution. But you in your presentation brought up the fact that there's many categories, but maybe it's more appropriate to classify it as 4 categories: public policy, transmission, distribution, and supply. Again, in order for the sake of transparency and to give the public a better understanding and better confidence about all the things that they're paying for in their bill, do you think the public would benefit from having 4 different categories or more on their electricity bill for them to see every month instead of just 2?
I think so. And in fact, I've ordered it. So in July of 2022, we reached a final decision in what was called our electric bill redesign case, 140719 RE06. If you'd like to go and look up that docket. And in that docket, we have required both UI and Eversource to redesign their electric residential bills. I'm sure both of those companies could address the status of that implementation. My recollection is they both noted that they would need up to a year to roll out those changes, but I would expect, while the legislature is in session, even this year, that we will start to see redesigned bills, which will show a number of things, including a requirement that those charges be bucketed into four buckets, as we feel that it's important in this education campaign, and particularly around each of those buckets, that customers have the right to know to whom to advocate if they'd like to see changes. And we want to be transparent about what Pura has direct regulatory oversight over.
And that was a very good Dustin and Hoffman impression. And so that was Pura acting, and I commend you on that action. But it could also be useful, I will say, on an editorial note, for the legislature to back up Pura in that push for transparency, so that customers understand fully what they're paying for. Thank you.
I would welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the question. Certainly, this committee is very interested in greater transparency, but to your point, The reason we're having this informational forum and all the subsequent things we're going to do is to educate the public, and we appreciate your critical role in helping us accomplish that.
Thank you.
Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, not Chairperson, I don't know anymore. And I do want to acknowledge Mike Karen, who's one of the other commissioners who's here today. Thank you for coming. And I have a long list of questions. First of all, was January 3rd helpful in your mind?
So for those of you that, January 3rd, we gathered with my colleagues from Massachusetts. And since Massachusetts jointly regulates Eversource, and asked Eversource to compare and contrast the procurement of standard service between our two jurisdictions. And I thought it was enlightening. We are pursuing, in fact, have recently nailed down a date for a similar forum with respect to United Illuminating, and our colleagues in Maine jointly regulate a UI affiliate. So we will seek to replicate that forum later. I can't remember if it's March or April, but we are working towards that. I think that it's never a bad idea to unpack what the best practices are in other jurisdictions, and check in on how the utilities are being regulated elsewhere. I think what the forum did reveal, in my opinion, is that while there are certainly improvements to the way that we procure standard service, a couple of low-hanging ones I'm sure that you may hear about later today, that ultimately the biggest contributor to the rise in supply costs this first half of 2023 is attributable to the lack of fuel diversity in the region, which is something that PURA has no authority over in the current state of things. So it was helpful to understand and have a check-in on what's going on elsewhere, gives us some ideas about how we can take action to improve our procurement practices, either at your direction or on our own motion. But was it helpful in terms of yielding a silver bullet as to, did we mess up and somehow, do something differently than the other states? The answer is no. All of the New England states, with the exception of Vermont, who is not deregulated, saw the same or similar price increases. So hopefully that's responsive.
Yeah, no, thank you. Because I agree. I was a bit skeptical, but the majority leader, Senator Duff, really thought that this was important and a good idea. So we asked that that the authority hold the joint forum, and I didn't expect tangible steps forward, but the communication established, I think, is important. I want to backdoor into the standard service for a minute, because that's the topic du jour, really. Historically, how has the procurement of standard service in Connecticut, what results have we gotten historically versus other markets? And is ours typically averaged out to be better rates, higher rates, lower rates, similar rates, et cetera, in the deregulated market? Because very hard to compare what we ended up with after deregulation to vertical utilities. So, but in that market, how have we done?
Sure. So, harkening back to a question we got a little bit ago about, why are Connecticut rates so high? Like if I break that down into the components and focus very narrowly on supply right now, it is just not apples to talk about the supply rates in New England versus the supply rates in the Midwest, where there's plentiful wind, for example, or they remain vertically integrated. But if I'm focused very narrowly on the New England states and the fact that 5 of the 6 are deregulated, our procurement of standard service compared to the rates that the third-party suppliers were able to offer during that time standard service has remained competitive for the past decade. We report to you annually by, I want to say, March 1st. So you'll be getting a report very shortly that shows what the rates of standard service are, who's on standard service as a percentage, what some of those rates are available. So from third-party suppliers. So I will say though, over the past decade, it appears that the rates that we have been able to procure through standard service for residential customers have been competitive and been competitive to other New England states that are deregulated. There are some nuances, including the folks that are having to comply with Connecticut RPS in their standard service rates versus what the RPS requirements might be in another state account for some of the differences. But when you're talking about New England deregulated state, they're pulling from the same wholesale competitive market, and it's about the size of the load that you're procuring for and what your appetite is for risk in terms of what procurement window and the length of time that you're seeking procurement for. So a lot of variables, but I'd say at a high level over the past decade in New England deregulated states, I'd say that our standard service product was largely comparable to others.
My own analysis of what happened with this standard service procurement this one particular time was that risk, which you mentioned, played a huge factor, more than normal, more than normally that we would have with our winter reliability issues, which have been talked about endlessly, including a hearing here a year ago. But because of the war and the fuel issues that were out there, risk and the lack of bidders really played a big part in that. Is that right?
That's right. I think you need to look at a couple of variables, the number of suppliers, wholesale suppliers that have been willing to bid on the tranches that we're offering, the expected defection of customers from standard service to third parties. For example, we're seeing a lot of competitive rates from third parties right now. Sometimes, there's a 10-cent differential between standard service and third parties. So the folks that are bidding on standard service also have to take into account the risk associated with whatever that percentage of customers are going to defect from standard service to third parties and then maybe come back to them. So a lot of different components of risk, including Mystic shutting down, variables with LNG availability. So lots of different components of that risk. Some, we may have the ability to creatively manage here in terms of should we be procuring, in the tranches, the size tranches that we are for this timeline that we are and the points of the year in which we're procuring. Lots of different things that we can consider, which we're happy to discuss with you over the next year. But some of those risks are going to be just outside of our collective control.
And just on that topic, the last thing is, because it's come up a lot, there's a difference in the price between UI's rates and Eversource's standard service rate. Sometimes one is higher than the other, sometimes the other is vice versa. Could you just explain really quickly what would lead to that?
Sure, I can try. So historically, Eversource's standard service rate has been lower than UI's, maybe by a penny or two, and I'm sure that the experts will correct me later. And that has been largely attributable, we think, to economies of scale. Eversource's clearly a larger megawatt procurement than its sister UI. And those economies of scale have, sometimes led to more bidders for those tranches than UI. That trend has reversed over the past 2 cycles, I believe. So now UI is roughly a cent and a half cheaper than Eversource. And, that same thing that I just talked about in terms of the size of the load has actually worked against Eversource in this situation where, and this is, my editorializing, and they may have more insight, but I would suspect that those same suppliers are looking at it and saying, well, I'm more exposed to risk with the size of the load I'm procuring for Eversource than I am for UI. And so that same dynamic that has benefited Eversource customers in the past may now be working against them. Other things can change that, like the day that we go out for the procurement. Maybe something happened in the market that suppliers are reacting to that wasn't there 2 days ago. So there can be an infinite number of variables, and until or unless you all would direct us to procure, as one chunk, which I wouldn't advise. I don't think you're going to get a identical rate between them. I think it's just important that we understand why.
I appreciate that. Just a couple of last things. The call center number of people that you have doing customer service, that an adequate number?
No.
What do you think you really need there to adequately serve the public? Because you are the call center of last resort.
We are. I mean, I think what we could do is have a detailed discussion. You'll see some of this in our annual report next week. The scaling up of the number of folks that we want in that call center, it depends on two things in my mind. The first is, do you want us to maintain the same level of service or improve? Do you intend to expand our jurisdiction in any way? Certainly those would affect the number. And the second is, how willing are you to back our appetite for demanding and enforcing better quality of service from the first call centers that these utilities are approaching? I think we're seeing a disturbing trend as of late. Then we give direction to improve customer service materials that we are then being used as copy editors and confirmation after the fact that they have met our directions. And in fact, I think we intend to be issuing notices of violation this afternoon or tomorrow on that front, where we found that customer education materials were not meeting directives that we have issued. So all that being said, I think we need to take a hard look at what we're demanding of the utilities and making sure they live up to that. And then if we are going to continue in this situation where we're being used as the call center of last resort, and in fact, the call center of first resort in some cases, we could easily triple those resources and still have customers that are having to wait days for an adequate response.
Thank you on that. And one thing that I'm sure is a constant refrain to all of my colleagues here is the issue of double polling. And we've had this conversation.
Yep.
To the point of making a joke out of it, but it's no joke. There's an issue out there where, and this is generally not an electric company issue, it's more attachment issues to polls. You can issue rulings. At one point I put in a timeline for eliminating double polls, and I was told by one of the people that attaches, one of the companies that attaches, that it would drive them out of business to meet that timeline. I wasn't sure if that was accurate or not, but enforcement on that is limited to what, from your point of view?
Sure. So the activities that we've done in that docket, I will save for the briefing next Thursday, because we did issue 3 consequential rulings addressing poll attachments, make ready, one touch make ready, and double polls. So we issued those 3 rulings in 2022, and we'll discuss them next week. But to your point, we can issue directives until we're blue in the face, and unless we have adequate enforcement of those, they're just words on paper. So what we do right now, and you can see that through the $15.7 million of fines that we've issued last year, is if we receive reports from members of the public who call our call center, from you all, from John Q. Public, who have filed something in our docket with pictures. If we are brought evidence that shows that the attachers or the poll owners are out of compliance with our decisions, then we can issue a notice of violation with fines attached to it under 1641. Now, what members of the public and often, frankly, many of your colleagues think and expect is that when it comes to poles, when it comes to vegetation management, a lot of people generally think that I have staff who will go out and see if that pole is currently in compliance, or go out and see if the utility should or shouldn't be conducting tree trimming. And frankly, that's just not how our organization is staffed, or historically what we've been set up to do. You know, usually utility regulators across the country are thought of as reactive, or economic regulators. The utilities are coming to us and asking for cost recovery of prudently incurred costs after that's happened, after they've taken those actions, right? So we're not designed to go out there and halt tree trimming. We're not designed to go out there and say, Frontier, your pole's falling over, replace it today. So if that is something that this committee would like to see happen, I think we can do that with more staff. And I would point you to our gas pipeline safety unit, which has for decades now done just that with respect to gas pipeline safety, gone out and evaluated the in the moment compliance with federal and state regulations. So there are certainly models, and I think it's what this committee and the legislature as a whole wants to see from your regulator, and what your appetite is for staffing and empowering us to do so.
Thank you so much for coming today, and there'll be a lot more conversations. I didn't even want to go into tree trimming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And yet we did. In any case, I think the points that my co-chair raised are things that we will be discussing further. And if we're going to help you get additional staff, I think we prefer to get it to you to work on your dockets and enforcement rather than call centers. So that's something we will talk about further. Similarly, when it comes to procurement, timing and size of those procurements is something else that we'll probably want to discuss going forward. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for your testimony today. We need to move on. We've done about 60% of our time and only about 16% of our speakers. So we're going to try to pick up the pace. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for joining us today. Next up, we have ISO New England, the president and CEO, Gordon Welly. Thank you for joining us today. Apologies both for the technical glitches that slowed us down and for asking so many questions of your predecessors. But we really do appreciate your presence today. You are a critical player in our ability to gain control over our future as a state. Welcome.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really happy to be here, and looking forward to the conversation. So just listening to the prior conversations, and obviously having watched and listened to what's happened over the last few months, I want to recognize that the entire New England region is facing a very harsh reality of very high electricity prices this winter. And unfortunately, I don't see a quick fix to this situation, but I would like to unpack the situation for you and help you understand what's driving these high prices, so that policymakers such as yourself can consider how to steer potential solutions. I mean, the bottom line here really is that the high prices that hit retail rates are really a direct function of the high gas prices and LNG in particular. And while the region has some of the most efficient gas-fired generation in the country, when these input costs go up, of course, it drives high wholesale prices, which then flow through into retail rates. So I'm very cognizant of the urgent need to look at all options for stabilizing fuel and electricity prices. And in that regard, what I've done is prepared a short presentation that'll walk you through first what we do as an organization, talk you a little bit through the wholesale dynamics, and then end with a brief discussion on what options I think are available from a state perspective to try and mitigate some of this volatility. So with that, Okay, so I'll just start quickly. It's almost a very similar message to what Chairman Gillette just gave you in terms of what we do and what we don't do. So the ISO performs 3 functions. The first is grid operation. You can think of that a bit like air traffic control at Bradley Airport. We don't own the planes or the runways or the buildings, but we direct traffic on the bulk power system. The second is the design administration of the wholesale markets that essentially create the incentives and pay for the reliability services from the merchant generation in the region. And then the third function is planning of the transmission system. So we have a requirement to look out 10 years and look at whether the transmission system is going to be reliable. And that scope is expanding really at the request of the states and the direction of the FERC to go out longer term than that, to look at what the transmission needs are in order to enable the clean energy transition. So here are the things we don't do. We don't handle retail electricity. The prior speaker really has jurisdiction over that. And the utilities are obviously very much involved in procuring on behalf of the standard offer. We don't own, maintain, or repair any of the infrastructure on the system. The third point is really important. We do not plan or control the resource mix. We don't decide what types of generators show up on the system because, as you heard earlier on, restructuring essentially created a market where people respond to the price signals really and build what they think is most cost effective. And finally, we don't have any jurisdiction over fuel infrastructure. So the primary inputs actually coming into the power system that are converted into electricity, we have no jurisdiction over. So this next slide came out of a series of studies that we were asked to do by our stakeholders, including the states. And I just want to show you where we're headed because I think it has very important implications for the conversation we're having this year. So as a region, all the states want to decarbonize, hit the 2050 decarbonization goals. And so one of the things we were asked to do is to look out ahead and say, what would the transmission system need to look like? One of the inputs into that conversation was, what will demand for electricity look like? And furthermore, what would the resource mix potentially look like in that time frame in order to support that demand for electricity, that clean electricity? So this slide shows you a very interesting picture, which is relevant to the conversation we're having this winter, which is we will become a winter peaking system towards the end of this decade, not too far away, 5 to 6 years away, we'll become a winter peaking system. And that will not be unique to us. We're seeing that play out pretty much across any region that is moving towards decarbonization. And the reason for that is basically electric heating. And of course, combined with that will be electric vehicles. So what this chart shows you is the growth in the summer peak. Of course, we're going to also increase electricity consumption during the summer, but at a slower rate to the increase that's going to happen in the wintertime. So just looking at that set of bars on the right, you can see today, actually, if you look at a reasonably cold winter in New England, we might be hitting a winter peak of around 22,000 megawatts, 22 gigawatts. This is projecting we'll be at 35 gigawatts by 2035, 43 by 2040, and 57 by 2050. That is dramatic growth. So if you look at what's driving that, it's the big green bar, which is heating electrification. So the next chart shows you what has happened with regard to the shift in the resource mix in terms of what produces electrical energy. And it also gives you a feel for what's coming in the future. And of course, the 2040 view is somewhat speculative because nobody knows exactly, but this is sort of our best guess on what it's going to look like based on some studies that were done by the states in New England that we then copied across as the baseline for our studies. So the dark blue bars are the resource mix and where the energy, the electrical energy was coming from in 2000. The light blue or aquamarine bars are where the energy came from in 2021. And the green bar is where we expect the energy to be coming from in 2040. So this is energy production, it's not necessarily capacity. you might need a lot more, a multiple on the capacity side in order to produce the same sort of energy output. So if you look, the big shift that happened from 2000 to 2021, back in 2000, 40% of our energy was coming from coal and oil. By the time we reach present day, it's really under 1%. So the only time we're actually using coal, there's one coal-fired facility still running in New Hampshire, and there are obviously many oil facilities. The only time we're really using those facilities is when we hit the winter peaks, or we have these really extreme cold weather conditions when the gas pipelines are constrained, or occasionally when things get really hot on the summer peaks. Looking forward, you can see that, as you would expect, whereas today we are at 46% of the energy coming from natural gas, by the time we get out to 2040, that's dropped down to 12%. And you'll see that renewables has gone up from around 10% today up to about 56% by 2040. So I want to really sort of call out this relationship between the natural gas chart and the renewables chart. What you're looking at here is energy production on average, okay? So what you have to think about for a moment is, what do you do during those periods when the production on the green bar goes away? Because you've hit some kind of weather condition that limits wind or solar production. That's a massive amount of energy we're talking about. And something has to be there that you can call on to produce that energy to substitute for what you would otherwise have gotten from the renewables. And that is not just a one-day requirement, that might be a multi-day, multi-week requirement. So I think that is one of the biggest vulnerabilities that we have not yet solved for. We don't have a plan, in my view, in this region for dealing with that issue. And I'll unpack that a little further. So this chart just shows you the linkage between natural gas and wholesale electricity prices. And no surprise, every time we hit a cold winter or there's some kind of supply chain disruption on gas, you see the spike. And it's been with us now since probably the early 2000s. And most of it's driven by winters. And you can recall all your favorite storms and cold weather conditions on this chart, because every time we hit one, you see the prices rise. And that's basically because under those conditions, the pipelines from the west that carry the gas from the Marcellus Shale get constrained. We then switch to burning oil and imported liquefied natural gas. Typically, oil is cheaper than LNG, as it was this past winter. So you'll burn a lot of oil under these conditions. But then the marginal fuel that will set prices in the market is going to be liquefied natural gas. And so really, unfortunately, in this past year, we got tangled up in the European energy crisis because of that dependency. So I've come up with a simple framework for trying to explain what are the ingredients that are needed in order to navigate this clean energy transition successfully. And I call it the 4 pillars framework. And the point of this really is that each one of these 4 pillars has to be equally strong. If you end up with one of these pillars being weak, the whole structure becomes unstable. And so we have to pay attention to each one of these 4 pillars in order for this to be a successful transition. The first pillar, which there's obviously been a lot of investment in by this state and all the states across the region, is investment in renewable energy. Just to draw your attention back to that earlier slide, to fill up that green bar with all the renewable energy is going to take a massive investment across the region, both renewables and in transmission. The second bar, however, is equally important, and they are all actually equally important: balancing resources. So there's sort of 2 things you need to think about here. There's the day-to-day balancing of energy production. So we all are familiar with renewables and the sun and the wind, and there's an ebb and flow there in terms of the production. You need resources that can back that up and balance that ebb and flow. And then when you get to these weather events that knock that production out, you need to have something that fills in for an extended period. That last point, really, I'm covering under the energy adequacy pillar. So really, that's about the supply chain for the inputs. Because if you think about the grid, it's really a collection of conversion machines and wires. And really what you're doing is you're taking all these energy inputs from different sources, sun, wind, nuclear fuel, gas, and you're trying to convert it into one stable source of electricity. So in order to make this work, if some of your inputs are variable and not always stable, you've got to have some stable inputs that can balance those other energy sources. That's just the physics of the problem. And then finally, the last pillar is you need to have a robust transmission system that can move this electrical energy around, integrate the new renewables, which are typically distant from where consumers and customers live, and move it to where they're going to use it. And that's going to require a significant investment, particularly if what we're doing is doubling the demand for electricity. So, the question that you're all struggling with is, how does the region manage the risk of price volatility in this global energy market that is driving up electricity prices? And, to take it down the next level, what can the states do to mitigate risks to consumers? So let me walk you through some of these market fundamentals. I've really mentioned that we have a fleet of highly efficient gas generation and that the input costs are driving up the output costs. But if you look at the prices, it's a bit like a toothache. They're reflecting a vulnerability in the region's energy system. The first vulnerability is this potential supply and demand imbalance during severe cold periods. The second is the dependency on imported fuels and therefore vulnerability to global commodity prices. And I'd say the third is a lack of sufficient retail demand side participation in the market. The ISO has worked hard over the last several decades to integrate demand side resources into the market. Most of the participation really is coming from commercial and industrial customers. So for now, most retail consumers don't participate in reducing demand when prices are really high, when the grid is stressed. And on the one hand, the standard offers provide some protection, unless you buy at exactly the wrong time, which is kind of what happened this last season. But if you think about a lack of response from the demand side, ultimately shows up as a lost opportunity to save some money on the next round. Because if you're not responding and reducing your demand to when prices are high in the moment, the suppliers will see that and have to account for that on the next round, and they'll price that in. So I think one of the tools that you have at your disposal ultimately is to drive this harder than what you are today. So turning to the global energy markets, we all know about the war in Ukraine and the shift from Russian gas to imported LNG. And unfortunately, because of the Jones Act, there was some discussion about this earlier on, this region is in competition for that imported LNG. Most of our LNG in this region comes from just outside of South America, from Trinidad. But in the past, the region's also sourced it from Qatar. And actually, we've had a few shipments in the past from Russia, which obviously we won't be doing going forward. So this global pressure really exacerbates the price volatility that's already inherently in our system because of the pipeline constraints. And so I think as one thinks about how does one mitigate prices through this transition, and I think it's a multi-decade transition, you've got to think about that dimension. So let me talk to some short and long-term challenges. You heard some mention about the Mystic units. These are two large combined cycles in Everett, just outside of Boston. They are supplied, they're the only generator that is fully supplied only by imported LNG. So this is a couple of units that were built 20 years ago. There's a terminal in Boston that accepts these tankers. They come in 3 BCF tankers. The tank can hold 3.2 BCF. And so a lot of that energy gets converted into electricity, about half of it, and the other half goes into the pipeline system in the Boston area. So back in 2018, the owner of that facility came to us and told us they wanted to retire. And we were concerned about what that would mean for reliability for the region. So we stepped in and we said, we want you to delay your retirement. And after a very litigious proceeding, FERC ultimately blessed that and said, okay, you've got 2 years. And so we ended up buying the region some time, essentially this winter that we're in plus next winter. But by June of 2024, the Mystic units will retire, and then the generator that's really paying for most of that facility is going to go away, and that LNG tank is going to have to stand on its own. And the concern I have really is, and we know actually from all the proceedings that have happened in the past year or two, that LNG terminal is not economically on a sound footing. Because really, if you think about it, we only occasionally are using the LNG. So it's not like we have a super cold winter every winter. And so the throughput and the recovery for the fixed costs of that terminal are very hard to recover. If that terminal were to retire, there are only 3 potential input points for LNG in the region. It's Everett. There's a big LNG facility up in St. John, New Brunswick, just across the Canadian border. And then there's a floating buoy in the sea north of Boston called the Accelerate facility. The Accelerate facility can only accept custom designed ships owned by Accelerate. There's only 15 of them in the planet, something, some number like that. They're all under contract. Okay, so the chances of actually getting one of those ships to come and dock at that buoy, it's very much an opportunistic thing. You've got to have somebody else who's willing to sell out of their shipment of LNG so that it can be sent to New England, because that supplier can make a higher profit in New England than they can, for example, supplying Brazil. So I look at that as sort of an opportunistic option for the region, but it's not something that I look at as being sort of a stable supply point unless somebody contracts with them and they build more ships to supply New England. The St. John Everett, the St. John terminal is a much bigger version of what we have in Everett, about 3 times the size, 10 BCF. And so it has provided gas to the region now for a decade and a half. It's supplied by one 69 kV distribution line. And we saw that distribution line get taken out last winter. And that facility was thankfully only out of service for about a day before they put it back in service. The reason I raise that point with you is these are vulnerable points of failure on our system. So one of the things that worries me is that if we let the Everett facility go, you're down to the Accelerate buoy and you're down to the Canoport facility up in Canada, over which there's no US jurisdiction. And fuel prices are not regulated by the state, and they're not regulated by the FERC either. It's a global market for fuel. So you've got to think about that reality when you're thinking about trying to manage price volatility in this region. So I've already made this, the second large point on this slide, but I want to come back to it and just reemphasize it. As our dependency on renewables grows, as it must, in order to achieve the decarbonization goals and move the economy to clean electricity, so our dependency on high energy density fuels will grow. So, there's a lot of talk about batteries. Short duration batteries are wonderful for doing the day-to-day balancing, but they're not great for doing the long-term balancing act that we need. There are some technologies that are just coming into commercialization, long duration storage. Whether or not they'll be cost effective, whether or not they'll scale is an open question at this point. So until we've got some other technology that's a breakthrough technology, my message is that we will be reliant on gas in this region. It's the transition fuel for the region. If we want to get off gas, we've got to come up with an alternative high density fuel like green hydrogen, which is no small task and also is going to be an expensive proposition. But that every study I've seen that looks at how do you do deep decarbonization, eventually green hydrogen sort of pops in at the end when you want to take the gas out. But during that transition, you're going to have to deal with these periods of time where, although you're using less gas on average, you're going to have these big peaks that have long duration during periods of inclement weather. The last point I'd make on the slide is that New England's a hard place to build new infrastructure in. So, if we want to build the infrastructure needed to meet these goals, we're going to have to do something about smoothing out the frictions in the system. And that's something I think that's very much a state level activity. And people have a say, obviously, in terms of where energy infrastructure should go, as they should. But ultimately, we also have this broader societal goal of decarbonizing. So we have to find a way to solve this problem. And, as you all know, it has resulted in a lot of delays. So in this last slide, I speak about possible state solutions. I start with the no-brainer answer is, or action is, more conservation and energy efficiency. So New England and the rest of your colleagues in New England are doing a fantastic job here. You're leading the nation from an energy efficiency and a conservation point of view. I think there's always opportunity to do more in this space, because what that does, it just shrinks those bars that are growing. So you have to build out less infrastructure to meet the demand that's coming. The second point I'll just reinforce, I made it earlier on, the more we can get consumers to reduce their consumption in response to what's happening in the wholesale market, not only will we help ourselves from a reliability point of view, but we will help ourselves from the perspective of how much one has to pay in the future. So I think that is really an essential component, particularly given where we're going with electric vehicles. So I think that's going to be a very important dynamic. And at the moment, I don't see many mechanisms. I'm a connected solutions customer, but I think we need to make it easier for consumers to become demand response customers. Transmission investment is pretty obvious. There's lots of discussion on that, and we're supporting the states as they look to build out the transmission system. And so we're working closely with them, and we're hopeful that they will be able to capture some of the DOE funding to help this along. And then I'll come back to the last 2 points, which are really short-term actions, short to medium-term actions. The first question for states to consider is, do you want to let Everett go? This is a critical facility for the region. It's not in Connecticut, it's in Massachusetts, but it's going to be hard to maintain that facility. If it goes, and there's talk about building the Revolution soccer stadium on that site, then we're down to those 2 import facilities that I've mentioned. And the point I'd make once again is that we're reducing the amount of competitive supply for LNG into the region, and we do that against the backdrop of it needing more of it as we go along. And then the last point to consider from a state perspective is, do you want to take a longer term position on the energy that you're buying from gas generators, either through the gas generator contracts, or directly do something about stabilizing LNG supplies? If you speak to the suppliers of LNG, they're willing to give you a better price than the seasonal price that they offer. But what they want in exchange is a long-term commitment, because ultimately they have to build out the ships, the shipping infrastructure, and line up the supply to be able to give it to you at a better price. So really the policy question is, do you want to roll the dice every winter based on trying to cost minimize and hope that things go well from a weather perspective, or to turn position and buy some insurance, which might turn out to be more costly than in a modest winter where you don't have cold weather, but ultimately in the long run, what you're doing is you're sort of evening things out. So I think it's the hedging strategy ultimately that you as a state need to think about. And I think it ties back into the question of, how do you want to structure your standard offers? You want to ladder those. But really, if you think about it, from a demand perspective, the market has gone short on gas. And so the generators go short in gas, and they'll buy every season what they need, but you're taking the risk that that season might go sideways on you. And so I think that's really my last point here, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you for this presentation. I think that many people do not understand ISO New England's role in the regional mix, and to your point, as you started with, what you do and don't do. I think we take your point that we're in the midst of a transition that's going to take some time, and as eager as we environmentalists would love to be to move to a zero carbon future, that's still some distance off, even assuming increased conservation to reduce the overall demand structure. You make an interesting point with regard to hedging our bets and having insurance. I just want to be clear, though. What are the risks of failing to have insurance, failing to have a backup backstop to energy when we have, say, an extended cold spell?
Well, I think there are two risks. The one risk is, the immediate risk is economics. So the moment you set up a supply demand imbalance, or a perceived supply demand imbalance, which is actually what happened this season, if you think about it. So what you had was this big variable, which was the war in Ukraine, the big rush by Europe to fill up their storage using imported LNG during the summertime, and that drove demand for LNG sky high across the globe. What nobody could tell back in the spring and the summertime was, what's the weather going to be, right? So people had to assume sort of a more of a worst case scenario as they were doing that. Most of the European governments were requiring that their gas storage needed to be at 90% levels before the winter came about. So now, luckily, Europe and the US have had quite a mild winter. So NOAA was correct about the long run weather forecast, that this would be an above average mild winter. Of course, NOAA did not predict Winter Storm Elliott. So the one thing I've learned about weather forecasters in the last 25 years is they can be directionally correct 3 months out, and they're pretty accurate within a week, but between 3 months and 7 days, it's really a bit of a wild guess. So, they can't tell you when a polar vortex or bomb cyclone are going to come about. And so those are the things you need to worry about. And the thing that I've observed, I'd say in the last decade, is these weather events are becoming bigger in terms of their geographic scope. They'll cover 1,000 miles. The Winter Storm Uri, the one that created all the havoc in Texas, was 1,000 miles wide and several thousand miles deep. So the first question is economics. The second is reliability risk. That's the second risk that you ought to be worrying about, because there are limits to how much fuel we have on hand here in New England. In the winter of 2017, 2018, we were faced with about a 5-6 day cold snap, very cold. And in that period, we used over, I think it was 110 million gallons of oil. In the 3-day period, this past Christmas, basically the lead into Christmas Eve, the day after, 30 million gallons of oil. Because oil is really, comparatively speaking, less expensive than natural gas. But if you exhaust the supplies that you have in the tanks locally here in New England before the supply chain can catch up, and that was the winter of 2013-14, where the rivers freeze and the harbors freeze and the roads are impassable, that's when you have the reliability risk, because the supply chain on the fuels can't catch up with how quickly you're using it. And that ultimately puts us into a position where the only way we can manage that is by reducing demand to match the available supply. And that's the rotating outage or the rolling controlled outages that we talk about. And I truly hope that that's not the way we're going to manage our energy system in the years in the future.
That was the point I was trying to make, is that everybody should be aware of the fact that without having an insurance policy, as you put it, we are at risk of rolling blackouts in wintertime where, people's ability to heat their homes are actually at risk. So that's a scenario that we can ill afford to take that chance. That's
well, and let me expand the point, because what worries me is 10, 15 years from now, not only are your lights not on, but your heat's not working, you can't drive your car. That would be catastrophic. So I think we do have to think about how we're planning out the system and what standards we're setting in place for this new energy system. I'm struck by the fact that in the electric grid, we plan the system to what's called a 1 day in 10 standard. In the gas distribution system, depending on where you are, you're planning that out up to 1 day in 30 standard. And so, but yet we're talking about moving heating from the gas system to the electric system, and we're not talking about changing the standards that we have in place in terms of how much insurance we want to buy, because the insurance ultimately translates into additional infrastructure and additional inventory of some form. That's really what the insurance translates into.
Well, it sounds like we have hard choices ahead as a region. Just to continue on the demand side, you have listed as a solution demand response, and the utilities are now finally rounding into form of getting smart meters out, hopefully in a period of a few years, so that that is indeed possible. From your experience, particularly monitoring what other parts of the country have done, how much of an impact would demand response have on actual demand? Is it something that we can view as just a contributor to a significant reduction in demand, or is it is that going to take some time to be effectuated? Do people really, are they easily educated on reducing their usage in real time?
So I think the short answer is no. People are not well educated on this. My view is that demand response is not being done well as a general rule all across the country. I mean, there's some pockets of it that are better than others, but it's really an untapped resource. And I think part of the problem is we want people to have choices, which is, I'm totally in favor of people having choices. But we're not teeing it up for them in a way that we can make the decision about the choice easy. So it's one thing to have voluntary DR programs that you sign up to that you have to go and search for. It's another thing if somebody says to you, you can have one rate, which is an all-you-can-eat rate, and you can have a discounted rate, which is, you know, some fraction of that. But in exchange, your utility will come and put in some controls into your home that will control your charger and your electric oven and all the stuff that uses a large amount of electricity. So it's how do you roll out and invest actually in the automation that will be required to get the demand response that you're looking for. At the moment, we're sort of hoping the market will do this organically, but you know, you can go onto the website that Chairman Gillette mentioned earlier on. You won't find any suppliers saying, here's two rates, the one involves DR and the one doesn't. So I think there's an opportunity, given the journey that we're going on, to invest more in that on the demand side of the market. It will not completely address all the risks that I've described, but it will remove a slice of them.
Well, it sounds like it's at least one thing we can actually control and do something about, and it's part of our broader education task. But to your point, if we don't have the technology in place, we can't even offer those choices. That's why we're not hearing about it in our neck of the woods. And it's something we really ought to get onto. Senator Fazio, followed by Representative Mushinski.
I'll be quick. Your presentation was very interesting. It was also very jarring. But you know, to take that 20-30 minute presentation, try to boil it down, in the long run, it appears that we have a massive increase in demand on the electricity grid in New England scheduled to roll out over the next 10, 20, 30 years. We have a fraction of that in terms of new supply coming online, much of which is intermittent sources of supply, meaning that they don't always run. And if we do not match supply with demand in the long run, one of the only methods of recourse is rolling blackouts or other sorts of
because that's a
worst case scenario for in order to balance the grid.
That's a very crude way of reducing demand. It's a very sort of blunt instrument, and so we're much better off if we have more sophisticated instruments for reducing demand.
Representative Mushinski, followed by Representative Ferrara.
Okay. I have a couple, it's a great presentation. I have a couple of questions. Can we combine New England efforts better? I had a kind of half comical, half serious argument with a Vermont legislator because they were saying they didn't, or a Maine legislator, excuse me. They didn't want the transmission line through their territory, which would help us in Connecticut. And they said to me, why don't you go talk to Vermont to solve your problem? Is there a way, maybe using ISO, where we can, all the New England states who are fairly small compared to the rest of the country, we could all take a role and agree to take a role on the siting issues, the transmission issues, whether we're going to do modular nuclear plants and where they're going to be. Could we all purchase together energy efficiency technology such as smart meters? Could we all purchase fuels as a group? So is there any way we can better work as a unit of states, small states, so that we do better on these purchases and acquisitions?
So I think the short answer is yes. And the states are already talking to each other through a body called NESCO, the New England State Committee on Electricity. Each state, this is an organization that is actually funded through the ISO tariff. Governors appoint 2 representatives from each state to this body. They're the body that asked us to do the 2050 transmission plan. So I think there's a way of empowering for you as state legislatures, empowering your representatives on that body to talk about trying to craft regional solutions. The hard part about this, I mean, it's easy to say what I've just said, and there's a lot of goodwill in that forum. The hard part is figuring out how to share the costs for these efforts. And the other hard part is, the difficult politics of some of this infrastructure that we're talking about. It's going to be very hard for Massachusetts to retain the Everett facility because of where it is and what it represents. And yet it has this impact for the region as a whole. You watch that play out here with Dominion and the Millstone Power Station, right? It was a very unpopular decision. You're now reaping the benefits of that decision some years later because of what happened with global energy prices. But there's certain critical infrastructure in this region, and I'd put the nuclear units in it, I'd put some of the fuel infrastructure in it, that we really can't do without until we're right at the end of the journey. So we're going to need to keep this infrastructure in place for a multi-decade period as we make the transition, because to my earlier point, we're going to double the demand on the system. So, what we have today, we've got to be careful we don't lose it, because we won't be able to rebuild it again in the future.
Right. That's why I was thinking if, maybe Massachusetts would keep Everett open if they knew they would avoid rolling blackouts, for example. There has to be some agreement that everyone understands the benefit to a stable economy and travel and heating your homes and all that because of the regional agreement. So if everybody keeps making state by state decisions, it makes it almost certain that it will fail and we will end up with rolling blackouts. So, looking in the future, trying to see how to avoid that. And then my other question is, occasionally there's a question about re-regulation among the New England states. Is that possible? And is it feasible?
It's certainly possible. How feasible it is, I'm not sure. I think it's going to require legislative changes in each of the states. I mean, we talk about 5 out of the 6 states having restructured and Vermont not having restructured, but they have physically restructured. So Vermont shut down the only major source of generation in its state, and it's basically dependent on imports from Canada and the rest of New England. So it's structurally, it has restructured from a physical perspective. It's just that they have taken a longer term view on the hedging strategy, and they don't have the retail competition that you've allowed in this state. The other states have all done that. So, so the question you're asking though is, will that somehow produce a better outcome? And I'm not sure that you could say that, because ultimately However you look at it, the infrastructure issues that I've painted for you here have to be addressed no matter which regulatory structure you're working with. So somebody has to make the hard decisions to retain this infrastructure, if necessary, build more of it. And the question is, what's the best regulatory mechanism for doing that? And what's the most efficient outcome? So the reason we all started on this journey of restructuring 25 years ago was that the outcomes that you had seen from the vertically integrated utilities at that point were not that great either, right? If you remember the big cost overruns that occurred with the nuclear build out. So I think that's the policy question you have to wrestle with. If you try and put back together or undo restructuring, I think most, and you can speak to the utilities themselves, but most of them have declared, net zero by 2050 goals as well. They also want to be companies that are supporting the clean energy transition. And so they're going to be reluctant to take back responsibility for essentially fossil generation that has a finite life. So that's really embedded in this problem. Nobody wants to pay for a set of resources that ultimately are going to be needed in order to make this clean energy transition successful. Because what's going to happen over time is we're going to use those resources less and less on average, but we're really going to need them during these times when the renewables can't produce. And so that embedded cost recovery problem is at the heart of all the friction in the system. And when you think about your options with regard to undoing restructuring or continuing on the path that we're on, if you don't solve that problem, you're not solving anything.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Ferrara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the great presentation, very educational and a lot of interesting aspects in it. I was particularly interested in the graphs on page 3, where you have the natural gas as the major source of energy currently, and between now and 2050 or 40, I believe, we're going to be in the situation where we've gone to 56% renewable energy. Is that correct?
That's right.
So we're talking 17 years. This is going to happen. And
right.
And one of the statements you made was we kind of really need to wait till we get to the end of it before we really look to what changes we're going to make in the infrastructure that's going to deliver this change. My concern is if we wait too long, how are we going to build that infrastructure and match the transition? That's number one. And I'm also wondering if you might be able to shed some light on what we actually mean by net zero renewable, because net zero implies that there's still some renewable there. Could you kind of explain that? Non-renewable.
Yeah, I won't be able to give you the exact definition, but the point you just made is correct. You're not anticipating you're going to use absolutely zero carbon emitting resource, but that you're going to be able to find a way of offsetting that use in some way so that you can declare that you on net are having zero impact from a carbon emissions perspective. So to your earlier point, I'm glad you called this out here because, it looks like you go from 46% gas to 12%. And you would then think you could draw from that a conclusion that you can therefore reduce your infrastructure by 30-odd%, 35%. That's not the case, because during those periods when those renewables don't operate, you're going to need that infrastructure to deliver the energy that you need. Furthermore, the other point you made is you may need more of it, because if you're doubling the demand on your system, then you have to ask yourself the question, what's the balancing energy? Some of it can be taken care of by short duration storage, lithium-ion technology like we use in our cars and our phones. But as you know, that has a short life in terms of its discharge cycle, 2, 4, 6 hours. Just to give you a sense of this, so the Everett facility that I was referring to, it's a 3.2 BCF tank. Just to give you a sense of the energy density in that tank, you can translate that to 460,000 megawatt hours. just under a half a terawatt hour. If you were to try and come up with an equivalent sized battery, because if you think about that, it's just a big battery, it's full of gas, right? And it gets translated into electric energy. If you were to use lithium ion technology to try and replicate that, current state of the art of lithium ion batteries are 600 to 800 megawatts, the biggest ones, typically 2-hour duration. But let's assume you can build a 1 gigawatt battery that is a 4-hour duration. You need 115 of them to approximate the energy content of one tank. And in a winter in New England, we ultimately need to turn that tank somewhere between 10 and 15 times. So that's just for today's system. Think about tomorrow's system. So I think that's the energy density problem that we have to deal with. And so that's why I worry about the LNG facility, because I do not think we will build new pipelines into this region. So I think that option was an opportunity back in 2014. It's gone. It'll never come back. What we're left with then is relying on imported gas. And I don't see the Jones Act changing. And so therefore it will always be imported LNG as opposed to domestic LNG. And so you have to really think about what that does in terms of supply to the region. And what does that mean, you know, in the context of weather and an increasing demand on the electric grid?
Thank you for that answer. And I agree with you. It is very disconcerting. And one of the things that we're not considering into this, a couple of things actually. From Darwinian evolution, you learn that if you don't use it, you lose it. And if we're going to have all this infrastructure laying around, that's only going to be used for times when we have inclement weather. It's going to be an additional cost to maintain this infrastructure. And I think that's really important that we keep that in mind. And the other thing is these figures are based on the projection of electrification of the automobile industry. And I don't believe you've taken into consideration the possibility. I'm not saying that it's policy, but it's been thrown out into the public lexicon that there's consideration to get rid of gas-fired stoves, which really are 40% of the gas of the energy needed to run cooking facilities. And I would imagine if you're going to turn all the gas-fired stoves into electric stoves, that's going to change the green graph here down the road.
Yeah, probably not by a huge amount, because what is in this mix here is the replacement of gas heat, right? So you're basically assuming heat pumps here with maybe some small amount of backup gas. But that assumes that for the most part, you're no longer using gas to heat the home. Once you've gone there, I would imagine the consumer that switches into electric heat is probably going to switch into induction cooking, for example. And so it will add, I don't know that they've built that in explicitly, but it'll add some small amount. And
Excuse me, Representative, I would just add to Gordon's answer. This is, we take a look at what the states are proposing for all of these goals, and we factor that in and we do forecasting. So it's an annual update to the forecast. So as we see more and more happening, we'll capture that, and that helps with our long-term projections in terms of what will be necessary for the future.
the other point I'd make is that we're already seeing electric demand grow. Modest at this point, 1 to 2% in the wintertime. And it looks to be coming at this point from some combination of electric vehicles and those consumers who have already started switching into heat pumps.
Thank you. And my last point that I'd like to make is one of your graphs determined the rolling blackout solution and showed during peak winter months how that would become very, very important. Rolling blackouts in the summer, I think we can all find a lake to jump into and cool off, but I wonder what's going to happen in the winter when people really need the heat. And without it, you're going to have folks that are probably not going to make it. So I don't think that rolling blackouts in the winter is even an option.
And I agree with you. And I think so. So the point will be ultimately that if we don't consciously address these issues and invest for it, we will stall the clean energy transition, because society cannot tolerate living without heat and light in the wintertime. So I think we're putting the clean energy transition at risk if we don't consciously think about solving these problems.
And I would just add, to give you some comfort, we have been working very closely with the utilities on understanding what we would be seeing coming at us. We have a 21-day forecast. So if we see the conditions materializing, the extreme cold snaps, then we kick into gear. We work closely with the utilities, but we work closely with the generators on the system to try and head off anything. So just to give you, the committee, some comfort that all of the participants in the regional grid don't want to get to this point. And we are working very closely so that if we do see something coming, we are taking every action possible to head that off.
So, what Anne's just pointed out, and thank you for doing that, Anne, is that it's another form of crude demand response. So if we see trouble coming 21 days ahead, because we see the weather system coming in and we know that somehow the fuel supply chain is compromised, we can get out ahead of that, speak to the governors, speak to the utilities and say, let's do everything we can to conserve energy use so that we can stretch out the available fuel. But it would be that in its own, the reason I call that crude, it's sophisticated in one sense, in that we've got this very sophisticated tool, but it's crude in the sense that the way we're getting conservation is through appeals, which is going to cause a lot of anxiety. I mean, that's not the way you want to do this if you can avoid it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I just would like to add that I do not foresee anybody banning gas stoves anytime soon. And I introduced a bill to look at emission standards, but that's not banning gas stoves either. So I would rest assured that's not happening anytime soon in Connecticut. Yeah, and we have to question why it's out there. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate this presentation today. It's been really helpful. And I've tried while we're here to hyperlink to the original reports, but I'm having a download error on the net energy and peak load by source file right now. So I'd love to be able to look into that a little bit more. As I'm sort of reading this chart, I'm sort of noting 2024, this is slide number 5, the 2024 solutions see a significant increase in renewables, but a reduction in natural gas and correspondingly nuclear. One of the things that I'm curious about, as I think about energy policy and what we're doing, I like to think about the levers, and your levers are price point and production. And so I'm curious if you have any ways of presenting this data so that we can see the inputs in those ways, that we can see how price of production and our total amount of production and availability is anticipated to change, and the cost of those corresponding products. Because I'm looking at this chart, reading it as production only, not ISO New England's chosen utilization, but maybe that's an incorrect way to use this. Is this production only and what's available for your utilization, or?
Well, so I mean, the historical numbers are actuals.
Right.
What the green bars are a forecast of the future, which are by definition going to be wrong. Okay,
Right.
Because nobody can forecast exactly what's going to happen in 2040.
Understood.
And so the one thing I just point out is when you see nuclear going down to 13%, that's not because we see further reductions in nuclear. It's just that given the expected demand for electric energy at that point, because we will not build any new nuclear, that is what is assumed here. There's no more nuclear built in the future. Therefore, as a percentage share of energy production, nuclear will reduce.
But that's a nearly halving of the current nuclear. So why wouldn't we just switch from natural?
So
right?
it's the 2 nuclear stations we've got, Millstone and Seabrook, staying in the mix. It's just you've almost started doubling your demand by then, right? So then as a fraction, it's dropped from 23% to 13%.
Okay. One of the things I've been trying to do as I'm watching
and learning and understanding on this committee is I've been like watching the energy use and production mix on the ISO to go app, and I've been paying attention to what things seasonality wise are happening. But I feel like the inputs by price and anticipated amount of production and utilization are things that'd be helpful. And that probably is in this report holistically.
Yeah, we've got so much data, so we can,
I'm certain.
all we can do, we can reach out to you after the fact and then
That'd be
ask
wonderful.
what you're looking for and then point you to the right charts. There's so much information out there.
I'd appreciate it. Just as you're looking at this, it's hard to understand what levers there might be possible for us as legislators. So.
But I think the levers are the ones I referred to earlier on. I mean,
Correct.
it's, you've got to, so go as fast as we can, building out the renewable and the transmission to integrate the renewables. That's going to displace fossil fuels on average. And then the question is, given that there will still be a dependency on gas and a dependency on imported LNG, what do you do about weaning yourself of that dependency over time? So that's a very hard thing to do because there aren't any easy replacements. There are technologies out there. Modular nuclear reactors could do it. You could do it with green hydrogen. So there are some technologies out there, but those, it'll take a while to scale that up and have them in place. And my reference earlier on to the region needs a plan is that's not going to happen organically. Just like from a policy point of view, you're applying weight behind transmission and renewables, you're going to have to apply some weight from a policy point of view to replace gas as a balancing fuel with something else that has an equivalent energy density.
I appreciate that. And I would appreciate the reports, that one in particular that I referenced. And thank you very much for your presentation today.
Well, I think it's fast becoming evident to this committee that we oversubscribed, given the depth of these subjects. We do appreciate your taking the time to join us. It was really important that we have your input in the context of what we've heard before and we'll hear subsequently. My guess is this committee will be reaching out to you soon to continue these conversations, particularly as it relates to your last point, which is we need a plan and we're going to need help getting there. And it's not just us, it's the region. Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Gordon. It's always a delight to see you, and then I want to put a gun to my head. And the things you point out are the things that make this job, your job, utilities job, everybody's job very, very difficult. In moments in doing this now for 4 years, it feels like we have a lot of people moving in a lot of directions and not a lot of coordination. And I worry about that. I don't know how many people in this room really can understand how close we came to the brink, even in December. I mean, we had a real problem. It didn't elevate beyond that. But I worry about what the situation would have been if that weather went on for 2 weeks. We're going to have 2 days of cold weather. I think we'll be burning an awful lot of oil in those 2 days. And that doesn't meet the desired goals. I was taken aback by the 56 gigawatt number. I've known it was big. But tell me, at maximum, if you guys have run models, how much do you think we can generate of renewables, even if we optimize Hydro-Quebec in the New England region? What do you think we can get?
Look, I think there's enough potential here in New England to meet that, taking into account also imports from our neighbors like Hydro-Quebec. The issue is going to be land use from a solar perspective, because I think you're very quickly going to hit limits on where you can put the solar panels in order to meet this. That's why offshore wind is attractive, because you can put it further out at sea, away from where people live. And so the biggest energy source powering this transition is going to be offshore wind, for sure. But, in the long run, I do think we may see nuclear power becoming more of a option again. I don't see it in the short to medium term, but perhaps, in the 2040s, we'll start seeing something like that. I think it'll take that long for it to become both commercialized and an acceptable source of power again. And there's a lot of reluctance to engage nuclear power as an option, but it's one of the technologies on the table.
Yeah, thank you. So I just finished reading a book called Superpower about building transmission lines from the Midwest and from the desert Southwest. Fascinating book, and the resistance that you meet in trying to do regional transmission lines, it goes on everywhere. And we really need to think more collectively when it comes to stuff like this, if we're going to make our goals. I have a million other questions. I'll just give you a call. We'll catch up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you again for joining us today. Because of our initial technical glitches, did you have a question, Representative Cheeseman? Pardon me, Representative Cheeseman.
Obviously thought I'd caught your eye before. I'll be quick. It's just, and it's segueing on your question, Chair Steinberg, about demand response. I know National Grid in the UK has instituted that. They have smart meters. They're incentivizing people to cut demand between 4:30 and 6. As this rolls forward, one, what do you see? Let's say all of New England adopted smart meters. How far demand response might go to reducing, lowering demand on the system? And do you favor that kind of incentive payment, or would you look at differential rates during the course of the day, where you just pay more to use electricity at night? Therefore, economically, it makes sense for you to set your dishwasher to run at 5 in the morning.
So, I mean, that's a whole subject on its own. I would say from an economic theory point of view, the closer the coupling between what the price that the consumer is seeing versus what's going on the grid, the more efficient the outcome. But that's a hard thing to do because no consumer wants to sit there and watch 5-minute prices and make decisions. So I think you have to aggregate that in some way. And it's not just about the smart meter. It's ultimately about the ability to automate the reduction with all the home appliances, including the vehicle chargers and so forth, in some integrated way that's going to give you the demand response. And then the last thing I would say is, in a world where we're powering everything with electricity, DR is only going to work for a certain amount of time, right? Because there's a point at which you do need to get out in your vehicle and go and buy groceries. And if your vehicle isn't charged, that's going to be a problem. So I think DR, I see more as a reasonably short duration solution. It's not going to be the thing that holds you for 5 days or 7 days or 10 days. That's going to require something else.
So you would use it to deal with discrete incidents where you need to reduce
That's
demand.
right. So, I mean, a great example would have been the Christmas Eve event. So we had what happened over Christmas Eve was, it wasn't a fuel issue. It was that we, during the course of the operating day, we had some generation come offline, and we lost 1,000 megawatts of imports from Hydro-Quebec. And we ended up dipping into our energy reserves. You could have, if you'd had an appropriate demand response in that instance, we probably would have reduced how far we dipped into our reserves. So I think that's in a perfect application really for demand response.
So you would look at the utility companies having the ability to unilaterally reduce supply to residential customers or commercial. So
unilaterally, you'd give them control over the demand of retail customers in exchange for a lower rate. So that's the quid pro quo. You'd say you're getting a lower rate in exchange. We're going to control certain major appliances in your house, and you'll be compensated. So I'm a member of I've signed up for Connected Solutions. That's the way Connected Solutions works. But the point really is that's very much a voluntary program. And so it requires somebody who's interested in seeking the program out to sign up for it. And it's a fairly 최complicated sign-up process. I'm really saying, is there some way to make that simpler? And I think part of the friction there is that regulators and legislators don't want to infringe on people's rights, and you want it to be voluntary. So at the moment, it's sort of left, if you want it, you can go find it and do it. but there's no strong incentive to do it. And I think really what I'm saying is you think about how to change that incentive and have the utilities have a bigger role in it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I see no further questions. And as I was concluding, it's clear we've bitten off more than we can chew for one day, particularly due to the technical glitches that slowed us down. If the committee members are amenable, we are prepared to move directly to the utilities and see how far we can get. No? Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, okay. So my original plan was to say that we will invite the utilities back, ideally next week if they're available, so that they will have adequate time to bring forward their piece of the puzzle. Our apologies for not being able to get through the entire agenda. The problem is the complexity of the subject meant that it was perhaps unreasonable to jam in as much as we tried to. So without further ado, we are going to welcome up the Siting Council, Michelle Bachman, if she's available, and we are going to continue to move forward as quickly as we can.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for the invitation. I believe I cannot screen share until the ISO presentation.
Michelle, we're having some difficulty hearing you. Could you either speak up or that would be appreciated.
Certainly. The ISO presentation is preventing me from sharing the screen. I'm sorry, Mr. Simpson. There we go.
Please proceed. We can see you.
Great. Thank you. Can you see my screen as well?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Sorry for rushing through the slides. I just wanted to have it on the first slide. Again, thank you for the invitation to the informational forum. My name is Melanie Bachman. I'm from the Connecticut Siting Council. I'm the executive director and staff attorney. I focus this presentation specifically on electric transmission facilities, given some of the other presenters. But we do have jurisdiction over electric transmission lines, fuel transmission lines, electric generating facilities, substations, and telecommunications towers. Siting Council was established in 1971 under the Public Utility Environmental Standards Act to regulate construction, operation, and maintenance of energy and telecommunications infrastructure on a statewide basis. At its inception, the Siting Council was part of the Department of Public Utility Control, but at the time that DEP and DPUC had merged, we became under DEEP for administrative purposes only. So like our colleagues at the Office of Consumer Counsel, who are also under DEEP for administrative purposes only, we are independent, render our own decisions, but we do get our support functions from DEEP, for example, the human resources or information technology. The purpose for the Siting Council is to balance the need for adequate and reliable public utility services at the lowest reasonable cost to consumers, with the need to protect the environment and the ecology of the state. It's a 9-member board. They are not state employees. They do not retain offices in our building. They're per diem members, and they get paid $200 per event. There are 5 public members that are appointed by the governor. One of the members appointed by the governor is the chair. We have the DEEP commissioner or her designee, the PURA chairperson or her designee, Speaker of the House designee, and the President pro temp of the Senate designee. At present, we do have 3 vacancies on the council, in case anyone is interested. Our jurisdiction for electric transmission facilities is very similar to what Chair Gillette described. We are also a quasi-judicial agency. We have applications for certificates that are typically for new facilities. but we also have petitions for declaratory rulings, for modifications to existing facilities, and there are also certain generating facilities that are required to be approved by a petition for a declaratory ruling. Transmission jurisdiction for the Siting Council is 69 kV and above, overhead, underground, and submarine cables. Typically, applications for certificates for new facilities are ISO identified reliability projects, and the council must find and determine a public need for the facility. And public need in terms of electric transmission and substations is necessary for the reliability of the electric power supply of the state. In terms of petitions for declaratory rulings focusing on transmission, we do get modifications to existing facilities because although we were born in 1971, there are power lines that predate us and were not certificated. And so the transmission owners come in with petitions to modify the facilities, typically for maintenance, storm hardening, compliance with standards such as the National Electrical Safety Code, the physical site security petitions, and the asset condition lists for aging infrastructure, or oftentimes with wood structures, there is considerable amount of woodpecker damage. So our contested case proceeding process is on the left. That is our application for a certificate. It entails a very similar process to PURA's. We provide notice, a schedule. We have interrogatories, pre-filed testimony in writing. There are parties and interveners that are able to submit exhibits and conduct cross-examination. And we also have a public comment session. We hold it at 6:30 p.m. for the convenience of the public. And of course, written comments are accepted up to 30 days after the evidentiary record closes. On the right-hand side is a petition for a declaratory ruling. As you can see, it's the same process. And it's the same evaluation, the nature of the probable environmental impact of the facility, and it basically balanced with policies of the state that concern the natural environment. The main difference between an application for a certificate and a petition for a declaratory ruling is that a public hearing is required for an application. And for petitions, a public hearing is discretionary to the council. And if a public hearing is not held, the case proceeds on the papers with public comments. We are generally required to render a final decision within 180 days of receipt of any application or petition. And certainly there are statutory provisions that allow for extension. In our process, whether it be a contested case proceeding or a petition for a declaratory ruling for a new project, we consult with several federal, regional, and state entities. ISO New England, Office of Consumer Counsel, and the Airport Authority are in the middle, as we're not statutorily required to consult with them, but certainly we do consult with them on relevant matters. Connecticut Siting Council, in addition to its responsibilities for applications for energy and telecommunications facilities, also is subject to reporting requirements. We also have best management practices. We recently sent the committee back in January our 2022 forecast of Connecticut electric loads and resources. That is a Connecticut specific forecast, and it is based on the ISO reports as well as the reports submitted by the individual utilities. Every 5 years, we're required to draft a report on the life cycle analysis of transmission line costs. Conveniently, we hit our 5-year mark in 2022. So we did draft a report that was approved by the Siting Council. It is on our website. And I can certainly provide the committee with access to any of the reports that they would like to read. We did a white paper on physical security at energy facility sites, similar again to Chair Gillette. We opened a proceeding and took in all of the, evidence and comments from the stakeholders. But it is strictly physical security, as we are a siting agency, and cybersecurity is a topic that is beyond our expertise, but we do participate in cybersecurity with Puro. And finally, we have best management practices for electric and magnetic fields. We also opened a proceeding in 2006, and we annually update this report if necessary. And on the bottom, I just inserted that diagram because I don't think a lot of people understand that the right-of-way for a transmission line is not just the maintained right-of-way. It goes beyond the maintained right-of-way. And the majority of calls and questions we receive from members of the public relate to vegetation practices for the utilities. And it's often this diagram is sent to them so that they can get an understanding of when trees or other external factors may be jeopardizing the reliability of the line. So for an example of infrastructure, we have a substation that was built by United Illuminating. It was one of our dockets number 433 back in 2013. It is in Shelton. This was a contested case proceeding, and its cost projections compared to its actual costs were spot on. Another example of a new facility was an Eversource Energy's Greenwich substation and line project. This is actually on the left-hand side. The picture is of an outdoor substation. And on the right-hand side, the transmission lines actually cross that pedestrian bridge. The projected costs were about 99 million, and the actual cost for this project were about 130 million. But the project itself completed construction in the midst of the pandemic. Here is our website in case anyone would like to view our pending matters. Every matter, whether it's a petition or an application, the full record is posted on the website. We have our calendar of events. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we also have jurisdiction over telecommunications on a statewide basis. And we maintain a statewide telecommunications database. And thank you. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Director Brockman. I want to, first of all, express our appreciation. The Siting Council is quite frequently the target for neighbors who are not happy with what's going on in their neighborhood, but at the same time want the availability and access to the services that your help ensure. We know that it's a tough job and we very much appreciate it. And we have to put these things somewhere. And that's really what the Siting Council is all about. We will be having another informational forum on broadband, so maybe we'll get more into some of those issues at that juncture. I don't see any questions, which may be a reflection of our exhaustion, but thank you so much for your input today, and it is a critical component in the overall picture.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and again, thank you for your patience. Next up, we have the Green Bank and President and CEO Brian Garcia. Welcome.
All right, good afternoon. Co-chairs Needleman and Steinberg, Vice Chair Foster, ranking members Fazio and Buckby in the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Brian Garcia. I'm President and CEO of the Connecticut Green Bank. I'm joined this afternoon by Brian Farnan, our General Counsel and Chief Legal Officer. We thank you for this opportunity to introduce the Connecticut Green Bank at today's informational forum. The Green Bank was created under Section 99 of Public Act 1180, and resides underneath Connecticut General Statutes 16-245N. We're a quasi-public agency, which we describe as two things. First, we apply private sector disciplines to achieve public sector goals. We have to operate at the speed of business in order to deliver the social and environmental goals that we're after. Increasing investment, helping create jobs, providing families and businesses with access to capital, and improving public health by confronting climate change. Second, we serve as an intermediary between ambitious public policy objectives and markets. We translate the importance of your public policies to the market in order to attract their investment to help us achieve those policies. Our mission is to confront climate change by increasing and accelerating investment into Connecticut's green economy to create more resilient, healthier, and equitable communities. We're supported by several funding sources, including public support for clean energy through a 1 mil surcharge. That is the Clean Energy Fund on electric ratepayer bills. It's about $7 to $10 per household per year. That aggregates to about $25 million a year. It's come down over the last decade from 28,000 gigawatt hours to about 25,000 gigawatt hours. So we've been helping end use consumers reduce their energy consumption. We also receive about $5 million through the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative allowance proceeds from RGGI. We have to invest those resources in Class 1 renewable energy projects or alternative fuel vehicles. From a federal support perspective, sometimes we receive non-competitive resources. The American Recovery and Reinvestment Act is a good example of that. But we are looking ahead at the competitive resources underneath the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, and looking forward to competing for those resources for Connecticut. Other support, we do issue green bonds. We'll talk about that briefly. Since July of 2011, we have invested about $320 million of public funds to mobilize over $1.9 billion of private investment. This investment has helped create over 26,000 jobs in our communities, generated over $110 million of individual income, corporate and sales tax revenue for the state, reduced the energy burden on nearly 70,000 families and businesses who are deploying renewable energy and energy efficiency, especially those in vulnerable communities. And we've helped avoid emissions that cause local air pollution, harming public health, and greenhouse gas emissions that cause global climate change. We focus on clean energy, for example, renewable energy. And with the bipartisan passage of Public Act 21-115 in July of 2021, we're now looking into environmental infrastructure, climate adaptation and resilience, and other areas. Our vision is a planet protected by the love of humanity. Let's go to the next slide. Brian will tee us up.
Sure. So just quickly, we're overseen by a board of directors that our members are appointed from legislative leaders from both sides of the aisle. For example, our chairperson for our board is Lonnie Reed, former leader of this committee. And we also have Laura Hoydick, the mayor of Stratford, also a leader that was previously from ENT. And it's great to get that back and forth in that bipartisan approach. We also have ex officio members who are members of our board of directors, DEEP, DECD, OPM, and the treasurer's office. And they all play kind of an important role. For example, obviously with DEEP, we want to make sure that we're, consistent with the comprehensive energy strategy. So we're all kind of singing off the same hymn book. DECD in our economic development role, OPM with overall kind of strategy from a state policy perspective, and the treasurer's office as it relates especially to our area of our bonding. So they all kind of they all play into our general mission, but they all have unique expertise that we can rely on and call on. We have 4 committees of our board: a deployment committee, an audit, compliance, and governance committee, and a joint committee with the Energy Efficiency Board to make sure that we are working in conjunctions, and then a budget operations and compensation committee. We'll move forward.
Great. Within our comprehensive plan are 3 goals for the Green Bank. In general, when people think about green banks, the main objective is to mobilize private investment. So our first goal, when policymakers think about green banks, they think about how we leverage public funding to mobilize more private and scale up clean energy deployment. The more investment we see in an economy, preferably private investment, the quicker and larger green economy will help create. The second goal is as we increase this investment, we strengthen Connecticut's communities, especially its vulnerable communities, by making the benefits of the green economy inclusive and accessible to all individuals, families, and businesses. So benefits like reducing energy burden, increasing energy security, creating jobs in our communities, avoiding emissions. Faster and greater investment in the green economy leads to more local, social, and environmental impact. Market transformation, our third goal. Lastly, we pursue investment strategies that advance market transformation in green investing while supporting the organization's financial sustainability goals. We'll talk about our green investment in a minute, but we don't provide grants. We loan resources out with the expectation of being repaid back over time. That repayment generates interest income that covers the operations of the organization. With these goals as our focus, we provide solutions in 4 key areas: home solutions, building solutions, community solutions, and investment solutions, which we'll talk about. Conceptually, by providing families and businesses with access to capital to finance clean energy investment and improvements, we can lower their energy spending. Our goal is to reduce energy burden, or the percent of household or business income spent on energy. We know that families and businesses that deploy clean energy efficiency, and renewable energy reduce their energy consumption and/or displace their high-cost energy sources. They take advantage of the local, state, and federal incentives to lower the upfront costs of those projects, and then they're usually left with anywhere between 25 to 50% of the installed cost, which they have to find financing for to enable them to pursue clean energy. The Green Bank provides them with easy and affordable access to capital to finance clean energy projects so that they can realize the benefits, including reducing energy burden, increasing energy security, supporting cleaner and healthier sources of energy. As an example, we provided financing for low to moderate income families installing solar PV and energy efficiency. We have biannual residential electricity rate data in our data warehouse, so we know what they're paying for on their electric bill. We have solar production meters on their systems, 45,000 plus meters, and contracts for how much they're paying for solar a month. We can see that they're saving in actuality at least $500 a year on energy. For them, the more energy prices go up, as we're seeing with natural gas price impact from the war in the Ukraine on Connecticut, electricity prices, the more money these families save for having installed solar PV and energy efficiency. Go to the next slide. So for home solutions, I wanted to talk about our Smart E-Loan. This is a program we've designed initially to support the implementation of the comprehensive energy strategy. Obviously, there are long-term payback measures in that strategy. For example, something like an Energy Star window has a long-term payback versus something that has a short-term payback, like insulation. The second design principle we had was to mobilize private capital investment from our local financial institutions. So we really want to get our local community banks, credit unions, community development financial institutions to use their private capital to finance clean energy improvements for our families and businesses. So Smarty provides those families with capital to deploy clean energy and help them reduce their energy burden. So we've got 13 of those financial institutions participating in our Smart E-Loan. They provide unsecured financing for these clean energy improvements at terms anywhere from 5 years to 20 years. Why that's important: the longer the term on the loan, up to 20 years, the lower the monthly debt service payment, which means that you can save on your energy costs by deploying clean energy. The lower you're going to pay on your monthly loan, you're going to get more savings from the energy avoidance from those clean energy improvements. We've helped support over 6,300 families. Our local financial institutions have invested over $115 million of their capital, and we've had to pay just shy of $250,000 in loan losses. So this is a way for enabling our local financial institutions to get involved to help us support our public policy objectives. Let's go to the next slide.
Just quickly on CPACE, because I know we're running a little bit late. CPACE is a program for non-residential buildings. Think manufacturing sites, office buildings, nonprofits, churches. And right now, the projects that we have on the books are going to save Connecticut businesses, nonprofits, roughly $312 million in energy costs, which is really important because that enables those businesses to stay and grow in Connecticut while taking control of their energy costs. In collaboration with local lenders, we've also reached an agreement on CPACE, which allows municipalities to voluntarily opt into our program that uses a benefit assessment to enable clean energy deployment. And this is a no money down program. And we've worked with the Connecticut Bankers Association on issues such as lenders consent, and really do have a national leading program with CPACE to get a lot of energy projects done that quite frankly would not have occurred but for the unique financing arrangement that we have established.
For community solutions, we work with municipalities who are behind in realizing the benefits from clean energy. The Solar Municipal Assistance Program, or Solar MAP, is an effort by the Green Bank to provide soup to nut services for Connecticut communities that need technical and financial assistance. We help communities assess their potential and shepherd them through the process to identify new projects that they consider for their local towns. For example, the town of Coventry helped us develop this program because they wanted to realize the benefits from clean energy at their town halls, schools, and other critical facilities. If not for this program, these projects would likely not have, one, been identified, and two, gotten done. More and more communities that were left behind are now realizing the benefits of clean energy, including stable or lower energy prices. Next slide. Investment solutions, I won't go too much into detail beyond saying that we will also want to provide our families with opportunities to invest in this green economy. We've modeled the war bonds of the 1940s. We've created the Green Liberty bonds. We've created Green Liberty notes, and are engaging families in the ability to purchase fixed income securities. The proceeds from those securities go to supporting small business energy efficiency, go to supporting rooftop solar PV around the state. We believe this is an opportunity to activate our citizenry in new ways to help them invest in the green economy that we want to see. Let's go to the next slide. And then per our founding statute, we're required to have a comprehensive plan. This is just a link to the comprehensive plan that you can get from the PowerPoint. Every year we update that plan, including the programs, targets, and budgets. And by December 31st of every year, we file our annual report to 4 committees of cognizance for the Green Bank, the E&T Committee, the Environment Committee, Commerce Committee, and Banking Committee. Our annual report provides a snapshot of the impact we helped deliver that year. For a more substantive and detailed report, I would point you to our annual comprehensive financial report, which is nearly 400 pages describing our financial and non-financial statistics. And you could access that information at our website. And lastly, this is an electric vehicle actually manufactured in Hartford. And yes, that is President Roosevelt. Just to save some time here, I think I will save this story for our hydrogen task force conversation. But it's great to see an electric vehicle over 120 years ago made right here in downtown Hartford with President Roosevelt in it. To be continued.
What a note to end on. Let me start by saying, I don't know where the state of Connecticut would be with its energy policy if it weren't for the Green Bank. And I think we should all be tremendously proud of the role that it plays and the model that it serves, not just for the state of Connecticut, but for other states and for the country, particularly as it applies to the creativity that you've shown to help solve problems. And that's really what we've needed a lot of help with, and also your ability to communicate with people. These are the things that you hear we're talking a lot about, explaining to people how we got to where we are and explaining what their choices are. And you've been very helpful on that. Having said that, there are people who say that, gee, the Green Bank is sitting on a lot of other people's money. And, you may be leveraging private capital, but you also receive a lot of ratepayer money, a lot of other funds. Help us understand how that money is spent. You went into some of the details here, but is it fair to say that those funds are effectively encumbered? These funds are being expended. And in that context, as part of the conversation we've been having here today about what our issues are going forward, do you foresee the Green Bank evolving somewhat to meet those needs?
Great question. So just to step back a bit, I talked about the 1 mil surcharge. So if we thought about that in today's context of a 35 cent per kilowatt hour electric rate, that's 1/350th of what a consumer is paying. That rate, as we know, if we looked back over the last 2 decades, has gone up from an electric rate of 15 cents to whatever it is today. So it was 1/150th back in the early days, and now is it hasn't changed. So we turned that $7 to $10 per year into a 7 times multiplier of private investment, because in using that $1, we don't give it away, we loan it out. So this is the model of the Green Bank. We're not a zero-based budget, which is conventional to government, which is take taxpayer money and issue it out as a grant. That is all well and good if you have, but when you're trying to confront a challenge like climate change or clean energy deployment, you need to find other people's money, because there's not enough taxpayer or ratepayer dollars to be able to hit those targets. So our goal is to turn that $1 into a multiplier, $7 to $10, and to get that $1 back over time. So we figured this out. We do it well. We use it in the programs that we see that I talked about here. So the $1 of ratepayer funding that comes in gets lent out in the case of Solar Map to finance a solar PV project for a municipality. That gets paid back over a 20-year period based on the power purchase agreement that they've arranged with us. So that will enable continuous collaboration with private banks to enable us to provide lower cost capital across the spectrum. So I actually think this is all a good thing, because we're keeping private market forces in the game. I was born and raised in California. Connecticut is a small state. We have very ambitious policies. When we create those policies, the market tends to listen to the big states, right? California, Texas, Florida, Massachusetts, New York. We're always left out. It's our goal to communicate to those private markets that your investment is required here in Connecticut, and what can we do as a Green Bank to ensure that your capital is here so we can achieve those policy objectives. That's our focus.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is, we're not per se a depository bank, but we are a financial institution that does lending, and you really are only as strong as the balance sheet that you have to lend off. So, our lending partners will look at that and look at the strength of that balance sheet to get comfortable working with us too.
That is a critical point. Thank you, Ryan. In the sense that we are leveraging ratepayers' monies to leverage private capital, you have to have both components in order for us to be effective. And I guess we can carry on the conversation about the future role of the Green Bank, given the issues we have before us subsequent to this, because we do need to move on. I don't see any questions. My guess is if we had you on 2 hours earlier, we might have had some questions, but we will talk again, because you're be coming back to talk to us about the hydrogen task force and a few other things as we go forward. So thank you. And again, for your patience and waiting so long for such a brief window of presentation. And that brings us to our last presentation for today, which will be Claire Coleman, the Commissioner of the Office of the Consumer Council.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you so very much for allowing me to present virtually. And I know I am what stands between many of you and drink at the CPES. So I will try to talk quickly. For those that don't know me, my name is Claire Coleman. I'm honored to serve as the Consumer Counsel for the state. I will skip the accolades to the committee leadership in light of the time crunch here, but thank you for your willingness to hold a forum with such a comprehensive look at all of the critical energy issues before us. So can you see my slides? Just want to confirm.
Yes, we can't read it, but we can see it.
Okay. Well, I'll give you the highlights, and these will be available on the website for perusing afterwards. Just a little background for those, particularly the new members, about the Office of Consumer Counsel. We are an independent state agency that has been in existence since 1975 to act as the consumer voice, a consumer advocate for all customers of utility, and that's electricity, gas, water, and some portions of telecom. I was very lucky to be confirmed as the Consumer Counsel last March. So since joining actually just about a year ago, I've been working tirelessly with my dynamic team to keep up with all of the activity that you've just heard about from DEEP and PURA and ISO New England and the Green Bank and the Siting Council. We are literally in all of it, and we have a small and mighty team, we like to say, but we are absolutely critical to all of the proceedings that you've heard so much about. Our focus is finding savings, cost reductions, and being a watchdog for any anti-consumer actions that would have otherwise gone unseen. And the value we add to all of these proceedings is in the deep depth of expertise of many of my team members in law, in finance, in energy. So in addition to our energy focus, which I understand is the focus of today's hearing, of course, we also house the Office of State Broadband, which is a statutory office in which we advocate for the availability of high-speed broadband and internet. We have a lot of important ideas for how to better ensure consumers are protected in that forum, and happy to come back and speak with the committee on those issues at any point. So this slide just represents those forums that you've heard a lot about, all of the different PURA proceedings, the DEEP processes you've heard about. You've heard from ISO New England and Mr. Van Welly on the role that ISO New England and NEPOOL play. And again, OCC is part of it. In fact, at the end of my first year, one of our OCC staff members gave me this plaque and this that says Whack-A-Mole State Champion 2022, because literally in our office we play whack-a-mole to keep up with all of this work. One of the areas that Chair Gillette pointed out, which is appellate litigation, has been increasingly growing. Thanks to our proactive PURA, we've participated in about 17 appellate cases in the last 2 years. Those typically occur when a utility or a company appeals an order that they're unhappy with from PURA. And we have 3, potentially 4 Supreme Court cases. So these are critical consumer, legal principles that are at stake. And it's really important that consumers have a direct voice from our office in those proceedings. And we've been prioritizing ensuring that we're part of the process of creating good law and strong principles to enable better oversight of our utilities, fair cost allocations, and increased transparency generally. So
Chair Gillette also spoke about some of these components of the electricity bill. I'll just say quickly that we are sort of guardians of all components. We're vigilant to ensure that any of, all of these charges are, as low as possible within the various market structures or legal frameworks that are applicable. And I'll get into a few of these as I run through my slides, so I won't dwell here. But just to know that each of these are important aspects of the holistic picture of why our rates unfortunately are high and where the opportunities for lowering them are. So I know that our energy supply rates and procurement process is top of mind for legislators, particularly given the prices that we are now facing as of January 1st. Many of you took part in the PURA hearing on the procurement process. So, I won't repeat that. I'm happy to provide my full testimony to those who are interested, but just at a high level, so you understand, some of the process and our role. The OCC does, monitor the procurements that are under the direction of the Pure Procurement Manager and through the procurement plan. And we participate. We have a regional expert who helps us create proxies and to try to assess and ensure that customers are receiving the lowest rates as possible. So currently we have a schedule of 4 procurements a year. And this plan was structured with multiple procurements in order to create and allow for laddering, which is which provides us an ability to kind of hedge the different market dynamics that you might see over the course of a year. So the procurement plan that we are under was approved in 2018, and as noted during the PURA forum, we are in very different economic times and energy market dynamics, and I do support evaluating the current plan and the utility practices of the procurements under this plan. And I think that I was happy to hear Chair Gillette talk about the further proceedings she intends to hold, because I do think having PURA's expertise and vetting this more thoroughly before PURA is a great place to start, and we can come back to the legislature and report findings. As you're all very well aware, our prices spiked significantly in the January 1st supply cycle. But I show this slide just to show you really the years before, because over the past 7 years, our state has experienced, for the region, relatively low electric supply prices that were also stable. You do see these ticks and talks between the winter and summer months. This pattern generally reflects the fact that we have lower rates during higher usage months of summer when people are cranking their electricity or their AC, and lower rates during the lower usage months of winter. Higher rates in winter. And that also is an appropriate price signal because of, all of the market dynamics you've heard about. Gordon Van Willy went through, all of the challenges our region faces due to the LNG constraints and the fact that we are heavily reliant on LNG. And so when natural gas prices increase, our energy prices increase as well. But it may not be comfort, but just for regional context, we are not alone in these high supply prices. You've heard a lot about the Ukraine war and the regional impacts, so I won't review those in detail. We do think, given the unique circumstances we've faced, there would be no way to fully mitigate against this perfect storm we're facing. But we do think that reevaluating, our procurement plan and providing updates, it would be a positive step. But because this is such because we're reliant on global energy markets and there's so much uncertainty related to various cost allocation and grid congestion issues, particularly with the LNG import limitations that you heard about earlier. Really, it's becoming less dependent on these foreign fossil fuels that are traded globally. That is going to help us help consumers obtain more stable energy prices that are not subject to these volatile market swings that we just don't have control over. So that segues into a little more of our role in the regional and federal activity. The Office of Consumer Counsel actually serves as Connecticut's sole vote at NEPOOL, which is the New England's the independent advisory entity that was authorized through FERC and designed to oversee the region's competitive market wholesale rules and the tariff process. So we participate in meetings monthly with NEPOOL, and we try, we're actually in a process of ramping up our team to be able to increase our voice at NEPOOL because we see such an impact in the connection between what consumers experience here in Connecticut are really connected to these regional markets and the decisions that are made through NEPOOL and at ISO regarding how to create market stability and winter reliability. So we have been and will continue with an increased presence to be engaged in these discussions. And one of the roles that we play, there was a really interesting discussion with Mr. Van Wheelie about the reliability options and different sort of out of market programs. And Chair Steinberg, you made some very intelligent comments about the fact that this is really like an insurance program. So we really evaluate with a lot of scrutiny the proposed insurance program, so to speak, to say, okay, well, what information, what data do we have? Are we buying the right level of insurance? Are we buying too much insurance? Should we buy a different type of insurance? Really looking at all of these winter reliability backstop options to help inform the discussions to ensure ratepayer money is spent most effectively. And then, as Chair Gillette noted, the third-party electric supplier market is in a unique position right now where they're offering lower rates than standard service. And we traditionally at the OCC have worked, for years with many of you on consumer protections that we're very proud of. We've eliminated variable rates and early contract termination penalties. We've ensured marketing is honest and accurate, and we continue to participate in proceedings at PURA, including investigations and sometimes litigation around illegal marketing activities. But that's really with the design to ensure that we have a closely monitored third-party supplier market so that consumers can benefit from that in times like this, where third-party suppliers, due to their different procurement flexibilities, might be able to obtain cheaper power for consumers than our standard service. So we have been helping get the word out about these third-party offers while also, cautioning customers to stay alert. We use the same phrase Chair Gillette did, that, don't set it and forget it here, and be vigilant if you're going to take advantage of these offers and continue to compare to standard service. So I'm just barely getting into the whole other side of the bill, the distribution side, where OCC really does an enormous amount of work to help lower costs for customers. We've been heavily involved in the equitable modern grid initiatives, and really our role is to vet and help ensure that any upfront investments that are needed for these long-term transitions will result in a net benefit for consumers. Of course, we've touched on rate cases, and this is really the part of the bread and butter of our work. Our office, again, presents the case. We are essentially the prosecutor in these cases, and we are helping create the record that PURA then uses to obtain a lot of those savings reductions that Chair Gillette so eloquently summarized. So I won't review them in detail. I do want the committee to know that PURA can't do its important work without us helping set the evidentiary record to reduce these rate increases that are being requested by utilities. And we expect, our docket has been very active and it's just ramping up. We're in the middle of the UI rate case litigation, and we expect Eversource to probably file this spring. So you also heard about performance-based rate making. Just to give you OCC's perspective, we are grateful to the legislature for initiating this and for PURA's leadership in really evaluating how we can design a framework that works better, a regulatory framework that works better for customers, and creating a structure that incentivizes companies to meet performance benchmarks, but importantly, also creates, the other side of the coin. This is not, in our view, going to work if it's just layering on performance incentives on top of current rates of return. What we want to do is really create a bar where that opportunity for obtaining their return, their profit essentially, is based on performance in outcomes that PURA establishes as objectives that the utilities are required to meet. Reducing costs for customers is a key objective for us in this. And ultimately, by increasing the utility responsiveness and attention to consumer needs, we'll be able to obtain better outcomes. We've been very focused on affordability programs, creating a low-income discount rate, ensuring the utility, matching payment programs and other support are effective, engaging in the other dockets, energy efficiency, PBR, equitable modern grid, to ensure that the most vulnerable customers are able to access services equitably, and of course that the transition our grid infrastructure is going through and the transition to clean energy is accessible to all. And that's a little more about our role on the Energy Efficiency Board. This is very important because energy efficiency, as has been acknowledged, is the cheapest energy. The cheapest energy is the energy we never use. And we also, this is not just an individual customer analysis, but by reducing demand on the electric system as a whole, that reduces expenses for all as a whole. So currently, one of our economists is serving as the vice chair, and we're continually looking for ways to improve these programs, and happy to talk with any of you who are interested in that further. I know I'm going over time here and you need to run, so I do just want to note we are very focused on our broader utility debt crisis. This is something that's occurred nationwide, and particularly, here in Connecticut, we are feeling that. We've been very focused on short-term solutions to helping customers through this winter with the higher supply prices, but we do ultimately have a broader problem of over $600 million of arrearages, which is late debt. We're tackling the front end of this problem through the low-income discount rate and other affordability measures, but this debt, in conjunction with rising supply prices, is of course of concern to us, and we look forward to working on solutions with you all on that. And this is, just a highlight of all the winter assistance programs that are currently available. Flagging that thanks to some proactive work our team did this summer, investigating the utility practices with respect to wage garnishments during the COVID-19 pandemic. That resulted in a PURA finding an ultimate settlement of $3 million, which we obtained from Avangrid, and is going straight to Operation Fuel, which we're happy this came at such a critical time when customers who may not qualify for LIHEAP but are still struggling with their bills can go to Operation Fuel and obtain assistance. So that was a speed round. I think there's no doubt we are in challenging times. We have to balance our short and long-term goals. We are with Mr. Van Willy in terms of the assessment that there's no quick or easy fixes, but we do have, we're still optimistic that we are pushing in the long term towards more customer empowerment, more choice, decreased reliance on volatile global energy markets, and we'll keep working as hard as we can to get consumers better services at lower rates. And of course, our office is here to be a resource to all of you as you work through these issues.
Well, thank you. First of all, let me start with apologizing. You clearly represent what we call short shrift. We left you with relatively little time, but you got through your presentation brilliantly. And let me just add that we all count on OCC to represent not simply the interest of all consumers, but really the best intentions of the legislature as well. And we look forward to your testimony and any number of bills that will be coming before this committee. We all count on you to be our better angels and to help us remember what we're in this for. So all these things that you're involved with will be part and parcel of our conversation this session. If I don't see any questions, we're going to release you and thank you for your patience. And
Thank you for the
without
time.
further ado, this meeting is adjourned.